Hello, and welcome to join the course on International Relations Theory, Understanding of the International Relations Theory. I am Timofey Bordachev. I teach International Relations Theory in the National Research University Higher School of Economics. And I am very happy to offer you this course together with my friend and colleague, Professor Dmitry Suslov.
Hello, my name is Dmitry Suslov. I'm also the professor at the National Research University Higher School of Economics. I teach several courses there. My major specialization is the United States and US-Russia relations. However, it is impossible to understand it. And it is impossible to grasp the whole diversity of international relations without a deep knowledge of international relations theory. This is why I was very happy and privileged to join Dr. Bordachev in teaching this course.
But before you join this course, one can actually ask the question, why does one need a theory? So, for many centuries, theory and philosophy of international relations remained the business of the elites, but not anymore. Nowadays, the world wars during the 20th century made international politics close to everybody, and everybody needs to understand why certain developments happen in international relations. So, the theory of international relations offers you the methodology, the instruments to understand why the states behave in a certain way and why the states engage into the conflict under some conditions and when these states are capable to cooperate under the other conditions.
Our course grasps the whole diversity of international relations science and tracks its evolution throughout history. There are two major groups of international relations theories. The classical theories, which provide us the general picture of the world and include realism, liberalism, and Marxism, and the so-called critical theories, which do not provide us the general picture, but still they are very valuable because they address the major flaws of the classical theories. And in our course, we don't just provide you the general overview of the major theories and concepts of the international relations, but in order to allow you to understand international relations better, we also provide you the analysis of the major actors that participate in international relations and the key notions of IR, such as power. And finally, in our course, we put the theoretical framework of the international relations on the rich empirical material. And we show how international relations actually works and how the knowledge that you get from this course helps you to understand the international relations in their diversity and complexity.
So these are going to be the main topics of our discipline and our course, and we are very much anticipate you joining and enjoying this course on Coursera. Thank you. Hello, and thank you for joining this course. My name is Timofey Bordachev from the National Research University Higher School of Economics in Moscow. And today we start our conversation about the theory of international relations. The theory of international relations is one of the most important disciplines among all the humanities. But why is it so important, you can ask? The importance of international relations theory is explained by the fact that the main question, which is in the very, very heart of our discipline, is the question of peace and war. Every international situation represents a choice between conflict or cooperation. In other words, again, peace and war. Every practical decision of politician is a choice between conflict and cooperation. In other words, between peace and war. And every academic advice is a choice between conflict and cooperation. When we are writing our academic papers or analytical papers, we always address to a certain audience. And we advise this audience, based on our theoretical approaches, we advise this audience to make a certain choice. And this choice is always about peace and war, conflict and cooperation. This makes our discipline one of the most important among all the humanities. The other reason which explains the importance of IR theory is because it deals with the highest units of the human organization, of the social organization, the states. There is nothing bigger than state in the modern world. And IR theory is analyzing relationships between those units which are on the very, very top of social organization. But we also call international relations theory a science. But what is a science? And why international relations theory is a science? As it is widely known that in its broadest sense, science is any systematic knowledge that is capable of resulting in a correct prediction of reliable outcome. International relations science focuses on a certain field of social relationships. As I have said, the highest field of social relationships, relationships between nations and states. A scientific method seeks to explain the events of nature in a reproducible way and to use these findings to make useful predictions, which can be later implemented and used by the policymakers and other practitioners. Scientific thinking is one of the ways to find answers, beside, of course, practical thinking, professional thinking, religious thinking, ideological thinking. Scientific thinking represents a very, very special approach to the things, and it involves creation of a grand concept to explain very general patterns of social activities, a theory. What is international relations theory? In a scientific sense, theory means a general set of propositions. These propositions allow us to generalize thoughts, providing explanation, establishing a causal relationship between variables, serving us as a source of explanatory concepts or a source of ways of evaluating the point or use or meaning of such concepts. Austin Harrington, Modern Social Theory and Introduction. International relations theory aims to find special patterns and explain the highest level of social interaction, relationships between sovereign states. What is the field of international relations? Theorists discuss about it. From the very beginnings of our science as an academic discipline 100 years ago, there is a big discussion on what we define, what is the subject with which the international relations theory is dealing. Some theories define international relations very narrowly. They define it as simply relations between unit states in the international system. Some theories are more inclusive in terms of both actors, units, states, other actors, and relations. What actually the international theory is analyzing, what sort of the relationships. Those theorists also focus on the interstate, inter-society, and state-society relations. And while during our course we will look at the different theoretical paradigms, different theories, we will see that each of them is choosing the most important actors, sort of forms of relations. Each of them focuses on the special interstate, inter-society or state-society relations. And for each theory, the special sort of relations is the most important. For example, for the realists, there is no question about which sort of relations is most important, the relations between the states. But for the liberal theory of international relations, the most important relations are not between the states, but between the society and the states. And the internal politics are directly influencing the foreign policy of any country. For the Marxist theory and the other theories derived from the Marxist school, the most important relations are not between the states, are between the social classes. But also some theorists include into the IR theory interregional relations, and also relations between states and international organizations, or economic relations. This approach is of a special use nowadays when the number of international organizations has been growing for nearly a century, and economic relations, economic factors become more and more important in how the relationships between the states are established and how they develop. There are two general traditions within the theory of international relations, because there is no any general or joint IR theory. The two traditions are finding their roots in the very, very beginnings of the human civilization. The first is called ancient, a classic tradition. And because of its name, we see that it is derived from the thoughts, from the ideas and from the philosophy of the ancient Greece. This tradition assumes that the logic of international politics is driven by the human nature. And what is most important, this approach thinks that human nature is unchangeable. This approach thinks that human nature has been always not good. That people have been always trying to maximize their benefits at the expense of the other people. And this consequently makes the conflict a normal state of relations between people and thus a normal state of relationships between the states, say international relations. Those who belong to ancient or classic tradition, those who belong to the theories which are derived from the ancient or classic tradition, believe that there is no way to advance the nature of international politics in any fundamental way, nor to bring eternal peace. Another tradition is much more optimistic. It finds its roots in the Christian tradition, the Bible, and the Christian philosophy, but also in the other monotheistic religions. It is linear, meaning that the history is trying to achieve a certain point of perfectness. And when it achieves a certain point of perfectness, the relations between people and between the states are going to be just peaceful and calm. The wars will not happen again, and in order to arrive to such a great state of the affairs, we need to work on how to improve the relations between the states, how to make the new institutions between them, how to make them more civilized, because those who believe to the Christian tradition, liberals, but also Marxists and some other theorists of international relations, genuinely believe that these relations can be better and can be good. So this idea is based on the Christian idea of dynamic history, which develops to a certain catharsis, kingdom of havens. In IR theory, it means eternal peace. As Immanuel Kant said, whom we're going to discuss during our second lecture, the eternal peace means the end of interstate wars and the end of the history of violence. These two traditions together make up three major paradigms in the IR theory. But first of all, let us ask the question, what is a paradigm? To understand the meaning of the word is very important in order to use it properly. Paradigm is understood as a distinct set of concepts or thought patterns, which includes theories, research methods, postulates, and standards for what constitutes legitimate contribution to a field. So these two traditions make up three major paradigms in the theory of international relations. But first of all, we need to ask the question, what is a paradigm? We need to understand the meaning of the word in order to use it properly. Paradigm is usually understood as a distinct set of concepts or thought patterns, including theories, research methods, postulates, and standards for what constitutes legitimate contribution to a field. So in order to be a legitimate contributor to our science, we need to operate with the correct theories, research methods, postulates, and standards, which belong to a certain theory of international relations. And this is the importance of our discipline. The international relations theory, thus, includes three major paradigms. One paradigm is called paradigm of pessimism or realism. This paradigm belongs to above-mentioned classical tradition, and it is based on the concept of eternal and unchangeable nature of international politics, as a consequence of eternal and unchangeable nature of human beings. The other two paradigms are much more optimistic. They believe that things can become better. Liberalism and Marxism belong to the Christian tradition, and they assume that development of international relations should unavoidably come to a certain point of perfectness, to a certain end of history, and we should work to make this way shorter, to achieve this end of history and to achieve the perpetual peace faster. But to begin with, let us address to the very, very origins of the classical realist tradition. International relations theory is both very young and very old discipline. It is very young because the first chair of international relations theory was established nearly 100 years ago, after the First World War. But it is very old because the very origins of the classical realist tradition we find in the work of the Thucydides, the ancient Greek historian, philosopher, and general, author of a history of Peloponnesian War. Thucydides himself was fighting on the side of the Athens in this war. He was an Athenian general, but later he retired, and he had a chance to conceptualize, to think about the reasons of this war, about why the ancient Greek states started this war between them, which finally destroyed their greatness. And he managed to make the first conclusions, the first general observations about the reasons and causality in the international relations and regarding the most important problems, such a problem of the actors, who is the main actor, such a problem of the reasons for war and reasons for peace, and many others. Unlike Herodotus and another great ancient Greek, and many other historians of that time, Thucydides aimed to study fundamental laws of history and politics rather than just describe the past, as the others did. So when we look at his work, The History of Peloponnesian War, we will find that it consists of the two major sections. The first content of this work is describing the sequence of the events of the Peloponnesian War. And the other are his own editorials, are his explanations of why the things happen in a certain way and don't happen in another way. So his essential task and the most important purpose of his work, first of all, was to understand origins of war. Thucydides said, "History is philosophy, teaching by examples." And this quotation we can still use as one of the main characteristics of our discipline. We never say that theory of international relations is disconnected with the practice. Theory of international relations is one of the most connected to the practice disciplines, as it has started with Thucydides. But first of all, let us say several words about the Peloponnesian War. Thucydides was not young when the Peloponnesian War started. We all know from history that for many years the ancient Greek democracies have been fighting for their liberty against the invasions from Persia. Many of us, seen the movies about the 300 Spartans and the continuation movies. We all know how difficult and how cruel this war. But finally, Greeks won the war, and two major powers emerged in the ancient Greece. One power was the naval union led by the Athens, and the other one was a land-based union led by Sparta. And so Peloponnesian War occurred between two major powers of the ancient Greece, Athens and Sparta, both leading broad coalitions of city-states. By that time, ancient Greece didn't know the states in our modern contemporary understanding. That time it was divided to the small, at times very, very teeny city-states based either on the islands or on the continent. So the international system of Peloponnesian Peninsula and ancient Greece before the war and during the war represented a model of bipolar order. And Thucydides was the first to describe the patterns driven such international structure and reasons why the two major poles of this bipolar order finally ended into the cruel war between them. Peloponnesian War was a very, very big conflict. Many people has been fighting, many people died. And the outcome of the conflict reshaped the ancient Greek world entirely. Athens, the strongest city-state in Greece prior to the war's beginning, lost its power, while Sparta became the leading power of Greece. Therefore, a bipolar system was transformed into the unipolar one. But we should not also forget that soon after the end of the Peloponnesian War, the Macedonian invaders came from the north, and they have taken over both Sparta and Athens. So the final consequence of this war was the weakening of both fighting parties and taking them over by the third party. Well, we can find many other examples in the human history when the stupidity of the war leads us to this sort of consequences. So the Peloponnesian War, as we can see it on the map, was the most grand-scale and devastating conflict between Greek city-states of that time, emphasized necessity of understanding the nature of war and peace. Main purpose of the work of Thucydides was to explain the war. And he explained it in a perfect way, which is since very well known and used, and his explanation is used by the theorists and called Thucydides' trap. We can quote Thucydides. He wrote, "The real cause I consider to be one which was formerly most kept out of sight. The growth of the power of Athens and the alarm which this inspired in Sparta made war inevitable." According to Thucydides, the beginning of the war was driven by fear associated with a shift in the balance of power. Sparta was afraid of losing its preeminent role in the Hellenic world, thus took countermeasures to build up its military strength. We can see that Thucydides' trap can be applied to the many situations in the history of international relations. And he points out that the main reason for war is a fear, because we never know the intentions of our partner, he wrote. We always assume that our partner is getting stronger, not because of any other reason, but because he is going to attack us. And we always fear. And fear, according to the Thucydides, is the main driving force which brings nations to the war. Thucydides emphasizes the limited room for maneuver available to the statesman. When leaders perceive that balance of power is shifting to their disfavor, they have to counter it, and they have no other options. They cannot respond to this shift in the balance of power by decreasing their strength. They can only respond by increasing of their strength. But when they do it, the other countries perceive that these measures are of offensive nature, and they also start to increase their strength. And that drives nations to the conflict. Therefore, concludes Thucydides, international politics between the states, is driven not by individuals, but by laws of history. And this is a very important observation, because many times you can see in the newspapers that a certain conflict, certain war emerges because somebody is guilty, because somebody is pursuing a policy which is bad. But not always like this. Never like this. International politics is driven not by individuals, but by the laws of history. And on many examples in future, in the many other works of which belong to the classical and realist tradition of international relations theory, we will see the examples and the useful explanations of this. Fear, concludes Thucydides, makes states suspect others of betrayal and power themselves for self-defense. We never power ourselves for offense. We always think about self-defense, but consequently it brings us to the conflict. That is the driving pattern of international politics, which also explains emergence of alliance-based bipolar system before the war. So, reading his work, we see that Thucydides has been one who found the reasons for war first among all scholars of international relations. But besides addressing to the question of reasons of war, Thucydides also explored some other important issues which deal directly with the theory of international relations even nowadays. First of all, he addressed the question of morals in international politics. He is explaining and he is addressing and studying the question of morals in international politics by the example of the collision which has happened between Athens and a small island, Melos, which belonged to the led by Sparta Union. Athens invaded Melos back in 416 before Christ and demanded that Melians, the people who lived there, surrender and pay tribute to Athens and join their alliance, or face annihilation. The proud Melians refused, and after a siege, the Athenians captured the city and slaughtered most of the population. The Melian dialogue, the negotiations between the two sides before the battle, which we can find in the book of Thucydides, represents one of the most ancient accounts of the morals and power in international politics. Melian dialogue is a discussion between the delegations of Athens and Melos. People from Athens insist on their right to do what they want and demand that Melos surrenders. People from Melos say that they are not going to fight against Athens. They want to keep a certain neutrality. But Athenians are very persistent. Athenian perspective of the issue of morals is the following. The Athenians say, right as the world goes is only in question between equals in power, while the strong do what they can, and the weak suffer what they must. So we see that according to the first statements of the classical realist tradition, the moral and the right and the justice can exist only between equals in power. But when we deal with the relationship between the stronger countries and the weaker countries, according to the realist tradition, we do not speak anymore about justice and about morals. According to the Thucydides, the standard of justice depends on the equality of power. And we will find the same ideas in many works of those scholars who belong to the realist tradition even much later on. For example, in the work of Edward Hallett Carr, which has been written back in 1939, we find the same idea. Edward Hallett Carr writes that morality in politics is not derived from the normal morality of the relationship between people. The morality in politics is a very special morality, which is typical only for this very special sort of the relationships. But after the greatest findings of Thucydides, the classical tradition experienced its decline. The decline has several reasons. First, and the most important reason, was the rise of the Roman Empire, which brought the idea of universal state civilization, Pax Romana. Roman Empire developed itself from the very small republic on the west coast of Italian peninsula to the huge empire, which basically embarrassed all contemporary Europe, North Africa and the Middle East, stretched from the British Islands to the Palestine and from the Morocco to the German forests. It was a superpower of that period. Another superpower was the Chinese Empire in the East, but those two countries have never interacted, and the history doesn't have any experience of the relationships between the two first superpowers. Pax Romana did not leave a place for the balance of power concept, as there were no any other states to challenge the Rome. Relationships with barbarians, and the Romans called everybody who surrounded them barbarians, were never considered by the Romans as an interaction of equals. It was an eternal war between a civilized world and uncivilized periphery. What made the Romans view these relationships as a moral conflict of the two societies, where one had a more advanced domestic order, while the second put a threat towards it. The same situation, by the way, we find in the East, where the Chinese Empire has never considered its neighbors as equals. And this is the reason why the theory of international relations has never developed in China. And today our Chinese colleagues need to accept the international relations theory which has been developed in Europe, where the nations for many centuries experienced the relationships between the equals after the Roman Empire collapsed. The other reason for the decline of classical tradition was the emergence of Christian universalism. After the Roman Empire collapsed, a new idea came from the Middle East, the idea of Christian religion. It has emerged and dominated in Europe till the 16th, 17th centuries. Christianity suggested a new, idealistic interpretation of history, which hardly correlated with the classic tradition. While Thucydides considered international system as a static system, Christian doctrine viewed history as a permanent transformation from one condition to another. Final destination of the mankind is the end of history, kingdom of havens. The return of classical tradition appeared only in the end of the 15th, beginning of the 16th century. Renaissance returned the classic tradition of international relations in the center of intellectual life. It was partly driven by emerging interests in the ancient legacy, in literature and philosophy. However, more importantly, the Renaissance became a birth time for the first centralized states, which formed the first post-feudal balance of power in Europe and especially in the Apennine Peninsula during the Italian wars of 1494-1559. So, exactly in the end of the 15th century and beginning of the 16th century, the first states emerged, and those states started to treat each other as equals. And that's why they needed again the ideas about how to treat each other. And that's why the thinkers of that age started to develop the new general approaches to the theory of international relations. And one of the most important authors here is Niccolo Machiavelli. But before we talk about Niccolo Machiavelli, let us look at the map of Italy during the Italian wars. We see that the two major European powers have been present, Kingdom of France and Spanish Empire. Those empires have been related with very close links, but at the same time they are very, very strong rivalries, and their rival was mainly about Italy. In one of his letters, actually, the emperor of the Holy Roman Empire, Charles V, wrote, "The interests of myself and of my cousin, French King François Premier, are basically the same. We both want northern Italy." And this quotation gives us a perfect example of how the political thought of the Renaissance supports us to understand the causes of the conflict. The conflict emerges not when the interests are different, but when the two powers want the same. Like now, many countries want their same neighbors to be friendly nations, but it means for everybody different. Besides two great countries, France and Spanish Empire and Holy Roman Empire, we see that the territory of Italy consists of the several small states. Among them, the Holy State, Papal State, is only one. The other important factor of the emergence of this unique international system was the decline of the authority of the Roman Pope. The states and the feudals, the lords of the newly emerging little states, they did not have any respect to the Rome, which it has deserved for many, many centuries before. And this disrespect and the emerging equality of the relationships becomes one of the most inspiring reasons for the political thought of the Renaissance. And among those thinkers, Machiavelli is definitely one of the brightest. Classical tradition during Italian wars was developed in his work The Prince, an influential political essay written by Niccolò Machiavelli for Lorenzo de' Medici in 1513. It was first published, however, only in 1532, because the Roman Church did not like it very much. The Roman Church thought and said that The Prince represents the very immoral, non-Christian approach to the international relations. Why? Because basically, Niccolò Machiavelli addressed to the very beginnings of classical tradition, nearly to the Thucydides and the other predecessors. He brought the ideas from the ancient Greece, from the previous thinkings, and he adapted these ideas to his time. And he used these ideas as an advice for political practice. So what Machiavelli wrote and why it is important for the understanding of international relations. Let us take several quotations. The first, the Machiavelli writes, "War should be the only study of a prince." By saying this, Machiavelli defines what is the main form of interaction between the states. For him, as for any classic realist, the war is a normal condition, not the peace. Why? Because the states are always competing. Because the states can never get in terms. They can be never a final solution. Every solution and every victory or every compromise is only the preparation of another conflict, of another war. And that's why war should be the only study of a prince. The other quotations. The promise given was a necessity of the past. The world broken is a necessity of the present. It sounds very cynical indeed, but for Machiavelli it was obvious that any politician, any prince responsible for his country, for his state, must give any promises to the other countries and has no moral responsibility with regard to the others. He has only one moral responsibility, is to protect his power and is to protect the people who live in his country. And in the works of Machiavelli, we find another maximum. Machiavelli writes that the prince who is favorable to those who live in the other states is unfavorable and is immoral towards his own subordinates. The other quotation. Politics have no relation to morals is very, very straightforward, and it is also related to what Thucydides said many hundred years before Machiavelli, nearly 2,000 years before Machiavelli, and what will be said by the classics and by the other authors of realist tradition in international relations. But to understand it better, we should not look at the ideas of Machiavelli very primitively. Machiavelli was not a simple, cynical author by saying politics have no relation to morals. He wanted to say only one thing, that the politics are so important that one cannot approach politics with a normal, human attitude to the questions like morals, justice, humanism, and the other important things which exist between the people within the society. So, in work of Machiavelli, we find one of the most important concepts of the international relations and the approach to the international relations from the school of classical realism, the straight division between the internal and international. What is permissible, what is possible internationally does not exist inside of the society. And what is normal inside of the society, like morals or justice, does not exist in international relations, where, as Thucydides wrote 2000 years before Machiavelli, the only strength matters. Machiavelli's understanding of politics was based on the three major ideas. One has been already mentioned. War should be the only study of prince. The main responsibility of the rulers is always to defend the interests of the state and ensure its survival. The promise given was a necessity of the past. The word broken is a necessity of the present. So, if necessary, as I have said already, a ruler must be ruthless and deceptive while defending self-interest. So, in today's politics, we see many times when countries complain that they were not explained before what the intentions of their partners. But we should also understand that it is always the work of the maxim explained by Machiavelli several hundred years ago. And the third one, politics have no relation to morals. A responsible ruler should not follow Christian ethics. If states follow these values, they will disappear in the end. Thus, for Machiavelli and the likes, the morality and ethics is an indicator of that a certain ruler is irresponsible with regard to his power, his legitimacy, and people whom he is governing. Another great representative of the classic realist tradition was the British philosopher Thomas Hobbes, which lived in the end of the 16th and beginning of the 17th and the middle of the 17th century. It was a very, very difficult time for Europe. The wars happened here and there. The Great 30 Years' War was taking place in the very, very heart of Europe around the Holy Roman Empire. The other wars happened on periphery. Russia arrived to the European politics with invasion of the Baltics by the hordes of the Ivan the Terrible. So Thomas Hobbes, based on this intellectual and practical background, offered a justification of states by envisaging a stateless state of nature. In this state, human beings lived in a condition of war, everyone against everyone. For Thomas Hobbes, this condition was the very initial and was threatening the very existence of humans. And according to the Thomas Hobbes, people seek to escape the state of nature, to achieve personal security, and they find a solution. And the solution is to establish the state. In order to escape from this situation, Hobbes suggested placing all power to a certain sovereign state, which he calls Leviathan, a state authority or supreme ruler, that would maintain order and end anarchy. Without order, no economic development, art, knowledge is possible. It leads to establishment of a social contract. However, unlike a liberal tradition, Hobbes supposes that such contract was conducted not between individuals, but between individuals and the government. And this is a very important difference between liberal and realist tradition. For the realist, the most important unit is the state and the government. For the liberals, this is the individual. In his work, Thomas Hobbes deals directly with one of the most important problems, one of most important paradoxes and dilemmas in international relations. The dilemma between internal order and international anarchy. And according to the Thomas Hobbes, these two are related between them. The internal order is the reason for international anarchy. And international anarchy is a consequence of the states able and the people able to establish internal order. Thomas Hobbes writes in his work, "In all times, kings and persons of sovereign authority, because of their independence, are in continual jealousies and in the state and posture of gladiators, having their weapons pointing and their eyes fixed on one another, that their forts, garrisons, and guns upon the frontiers of their kingdoms, and continual spies upon their neighbors, which is a posture of war." So, according to the Thomas Hobbes, as we can see in this quotation, one of the main reasons of rivalry and competition between the states is their independence. More the states are independent, more they are capable to compete with the others. The other reason of the conflict is a continual jealousies. States are jealous towards each other. And they're always in the state of portrait of gladiators. The ancient Roman fighters who have entertained rich people fighting with the swords and other means in the theaters and on the other arenas. So, and for the states, all instruments which they have in their disposal are applied in order to compete and in order to threat and in order to potentially fight the other states. So, we see that already in the works of Thomas Hobbes, the main reason and the main purpose of the state policy, according to the realist tradition, is survival. Because the states are the gladiators. They need to survive, and they need to use all means in order to survive. How Leviathan, the biggest work of Thomas Hobbes, explains the international politics. But first of all, let us ask the question, what is a Leviathan? Leviathan is a Bible beast, a beast from the Bible, the biggest book of the Christian tradition. And Leviathan, his particularity is that Leviathan is the strongest. There is nobody, no any other beast which can beat Leviathan, which is stronger than Leviathan. And it was important for Thomas Hobbes to choose exactly this definition for the state. Because for him, the Leviathan, the state, is the highest authority, which can be never beaten by the other, more stronger authority. So, according to the Thomas Hobbes, achievement of personal security and domestic security through the creation of a state leads to international insecurity that is rooted in the anarchy of the state system. Leviathans are doomed to fight a war of everyone against everyone, as people have been doing before, because they fear of insecurity and eager for power, wealth and glory. So the relationships which are, fortunately, not anymore exist on the internal level within the society, this fight war of everyone against everyone, they automatically transfer to the relationships between the state. And according to the Thomas Hobbes, it is impossible to establish a Leviathan over Leviathans. States will never give up their sovereignty. Therefore, anarchy is a normal and eternal state of the international system. But there is another reason for the eternal anarchy in the international systems. Leviathan over Leviathans or the world government cannot be established because the ordinary people like me and you, we give up our rights in order to achieve security and safety to the state. We cannot give our freedoms to the world government. We can give our freedoms only to the national government, which we elect and which we legitimize by our own decision. We want our security, that's why we create the state. And if this state, which we create between us, according to the realist tradition, will, together with the other states, establish a certain world government or the world state, it will not be anymore elected by us. Thus, it will not be legitimate in our eyes. Thus, the relationships between the people will come back to the very beginnings, to the original nature of war of everyone against everyone. Do we want this situation? I don't think so. The work of Thomas Hobbes was inspired by the tragic events which has happened in Europe in the first half of the 17th century. The 30-Year War, which lasted from 1618 to 1644. The House of Habsburgs was one of the most important royal houses of Europe and is best known for being an origin of all the formally elected Holy Roman Emperors between 1438 and 1740, as well as rulers of the Austrian and Spanish domains and several other countries. The Habsburg family represented the idea of universalism, unification of the whole world, at that time Europe, under one Christian ruler. The alternative was represented by the emerging national states. In Germany, but not only, France, which was a Catholic country, was a national state as well. So the 30 Years' War was not just a war about the religion. It was a war against the Habsburg hegemony rather than a religious conflict caused by the religious means. The most illustrative example, participation of Catholic France in the anti-Habsburg coalition. The 30 Years' War was unique by the number of the countries and the states involved. The Habsburgs and their allies were composed by the Holy Roman Empire, so-called Catholic League of the small German states, Spain, Hungary, Kingdom of Croatia, Denmark, Norway for a certain time, but also Poland. Anti-Habsburg coalition was much wider. France was one of the main participants, United Provinces, Sweden, Spain, Denmark, Norway, Saxony, England, the Palatinate, Germany, Prussia, Brunswick, Lunenburg, and some other teeny German states were fighting on the sides of the anti-Habsburg coalition. The First World War, though it was fought only on the European grounds, this war has taken lots of victims. The population of many European countries decreased significantly, especially in Germany, which suffered most. But as every war, this war ended. And it has ended with the Peace of Westphalia. So far, the biggest achievement of international diplomacy and the main foundation of the international law. So what is the uniqueness of Peace of Westphalia? We are going to deal with and talk about in our next episode. As it has been already said, one of the most important characteristics of the 30 Years' War was its extreme brutality. Not only armies have been fighting each other, but also the numerous gangs of the mercenaries, former soldiers, and other illegal individuals have been crowding the roads of Europe and have been destroying European cities and towns, mainly in Germany. But what was the biggest shock for the people is that all parties who have been fighting this war, they were Christians. The brutality is known in European history. For example, European crusaders have been extremely brutal when they traveled to the Middle East during the Crusades. The fight with the Ottoman Empire was a very cruel fight. But during the 30 Years' War was the first after the beginning of Renaissance case when the Christian nations have been fighting each other and destroying the population of another states almost completely. Thus, the people of that age, as Thomas Hobbes and many others, started to think of what can be the substantial replacement for the Christian morality which has been dominating the international politics before the Reformation in Germany and before the 30 Years' War. The war was also very exhausting. The European nations have been fighting 30 years. They lost so many human lives, so they were prepared to any decision just to end it. Here we can use the quotation from the book World Politics of one of the most famous nowadays practitioners and intellectuals in international relations, the former American Secretary of State Henry Kissinger. Henry Kissinger writes in his book, "Paradoxically, this general exhaustion and cynicism allowed the participants of the Westphalian Congress to transform the practical means of ending a particular war into general concepts of world order. There was no Peace of Westphalia or Westphalian Congress as one event. There were several negotiations conducted in two German cities, one basically populated by the Catholics, another one by the Protestants. Entirely, the participants of these negotiations have mounted up in numbers up to the 400, 450. None of them, what is most important, was the state leader or the king. All of them have been lawyers and representatives of the communities. They were bureaucrats. And this is particularity of the Westphalian order and Westphalian peace. It is not a decision of the heads of the states. It is a decision of lawyers. That's why it is so important, and this is why the Westphalian system and Westphalian order continues nowadays. But let us look at the three principles of Westphalian sovereignty. The Westphalian treaties gave a birth to three essential principles, which became a foundation of Westphalian sovereignty and Westphalian order of the relationships between the states. So nowadays, when we use the word order when we speak international relations, we always, and first of all, we refer to the Westphalian order, which was established after the brutal 30 Years' War. The first principle is whose realm, his religion. A sovereign defends religion in a certain area. It was very important to say that days after Europe has been fighting the religious war for almost nearly a century. So, with the Westphalian peace, the European nations managed to come to the conclusion that their religion must be exclusively internal affairs of each of them. And the wars, what is most important, should not be fought because of the religious reasons. So, fighting for religion, fighting for values, not interests, was forbidden by the Westphalian peace. The other principle is not less simple. Every king is the emperor in his own kingdom. All states are independent and equal to each other. So by this principle, within Westphalian peace, the sovereign equality of the states was introduced. And now if we look to the United Nations Charter, we see that this principle exists there. The United Nations Charter says that every nation, every state is equal and independent to each other. The third principle says that no one can be stronger than others. And this principle represents one of the most important principles of the European politics for several centuries after. Balance of power as the key principle of international politics. If we look at the international relations during the several centuries after the Westphalian peace was concluded back in 1648, we will find that these principles were very rarely damaged or abused by the European states. Only at times, and we can see that most of the big European wars were fought because one European country could try to become stronger than the others. The Napoleonic Wars, the First World War, the Second World War, was provoked by one nation trying to dominate the others. And if we look at the international relations nowadays, after the end of the Cold War, we will find that when one nation tried to become stronger and become dominant over the others resisted. And the reason for the anarchy in international relations, the reason of the decrease of the order in international relations is exactly because of the conflict around attempts of one power to become the strongest and dominant and resistance of the others. So, by the Westphalian order, the new international order, the new international way of doing things, of organizing the relationships between the states emerges. Here we can quote Henry Kissinger again. He writes, "The genius of this system, Westphalian system, and the reason it spread across the world was that its provisions were procedural, not substantive. If a state would accept these basic requirements, it could be recognized as an international citizen able to maintain its own culture, politics, religion and internal politics, shadowed by the international system from outside intervention." I think this is a very genius observation. So first of all, it points out that the difference between the Westphalian system and any other international arrangement is that the Westphalian arrangement was not about the substance. It was not about which territory belongs to which state. It was not about which sovereign is stronger and more important than the other sovereigns. It is about the procedure. It is about how the states should treat each other. It is about the rules. It is about the order. And it is about, after all, the law. The three principles of the Westphalian systems are the basic three principles of international communication between the states even nowadays. And Henry Kissinger also underlines that if a state would accept these basic requirements, it would be recognized as an international citizen. So the basic requirement for the state to be treated as equal and to be treated as a reliable member of international community is to accept these basic requirements. Do not intervene into the internal affairs of another. Do not impose your views, do not impose your values, do not impose your culture, politics, religion on the others. Not trying to become the strongest, not trying to dominate the others, not trying to limit the sovereign rights and equality of the others. These are requirements for one state to become a reliable part of the international community. With having said that, we end our section about the classic realist theory. And further, you can find some readings which can help you to understand these basics of our theory. Next time, we go to the antagonist of the realist approach. We go to the liberal tradition in the theory of international relations, and we start with the Christian tradition. Thank you. Hello, and thank you for joining back our course on international relations theory. My name is Timofey Bordachev from the High School of Economics in Moscow. During our previous conversation, we have touched upon the beginnings of the realist tradition in IR theory. We learned that the traces of realist tradition go very, very deep into the history to the ancient Greece. We learned about the work of the Thucydides and about other philosophers which belong to the realist tradition in international relations. We learned about Thomas Hobbes. We learned the idea of Leviathan, a certain superstate to which people surrender part of their freedoms in order to achieve security. And we learned that for a very, very significant part of the history, realist tradition has dominated their thinking about the international relations. But there always has been an alternative to the realist tradition, and this alternative has been called liberal approach to the international relations. Our lecture today is about the very beginnings of liberal tradition, which goes from the Christian philosophy to the ideas of the early Renaissance and early Enlightenment in Europe. So the beginnings of liberal tradition we find in the Christian books. The Christian roots are a very important source of the development for the liberal tradition. Christianity, which emerged as a religion in the Middle East nearly 2000 years ago, developed and spread all over the world. But it has started in Europe, and the first important thinkers about the international relations, Christian thinkers about international relations, lived in Europe. We will learn their names today. Christianity gave birth to fundamentally different morals and ideas comparing with the ancient tradition. But first of all, what is most important, the Christianity brought a moral doctrine proposing peace and humility as a fundamental virtue. So for ancient philosophers and thinkers like Thucydides, for example, the morality in international relations, as well as morality as a factor of the relations between individuals, actually did not exist. For the Christians, the situation changed completely. For them, the morality, the obedience of the rules proposed and brought by the Jesus Christ and by the Christian religion, this obedience was the most important virtue of the individual. And they believed that exactly this obedience must be the guiding principle for the policy of the states. Moreover, the Christian doctrine assumes the existence of ideal state of human soil and therefore of society. Christians and as liberals after them believed that if individual can be changed, if individual can become better because of his beliefs, the society can become better, and that makes the sense working on the improvement of the society. And if the society can be better, the international relations can be better, because better societies will better interact between them. If the states are good, they don't need to fight between them. And then we'll see the ideas of Immanuel Kant as a continuation of the very beginnings of the liberal tradition and Christian doctrine. Moreover, Christianity may be considered as a spiritual founder of a new intellectual moment, which brought a strong alternative to the classical tradition. I must add, it was also the first alternative. Christian historiography brought the idea of dynamic history, which develops from a certain beginning, creation of the world, to its end. Liberal paradigm, thus, as a continuation of the Christian philosophy, is based on the linear idea of permanent advancing of international relations in an attempt to achieve an eternal peace. This view, the views of early Christian philosophers, influenced medieval and modern political thinkers, making them to develop their own models of kingdom of havens in domestic and international realms. So the message of early approaches, early liberal and Christian approaches to the international relations was mainly making the kingdom of havens on the earth, changing life on the earth because it can be changed according to the Christian approaches, and it should be changed as something which is important to do in order to please the God. One of the first thinkers from the Christian tradition who is interesting for us when we touch upon the beginnings of the liberal paradigm in international relations was a famous priest, St. Augustine, who lived in the 4th century, so nearly 1,600 years ago. He was a Christian philosopher and theologian, so it means that he did not only study the Bible or the other Christian sources, he was also thinking about it. He was trying to develop a generalized ideas about how the society and how the relationships between the societies must be constructed based exactly on the ideas he brings from the Christian religion and from his Christian theology. He is considered to be one of the founders of the church, but also one of the first important thinkers in politics and international relations. First of all, he applied the Christian doctrine towards explaining the behavior of the individuals. Later, he did it towards the behavior of the states. St. Augustine wrote in his work The City of God, published in 1470. He wrote, "They who have waged war in obedience to the divine command or in conformity with his laws, meaning God, have represented in their persons the public justice or the wisdom of government, and in this capacity have put to death wicked men. Such persons," St. Augustine writes, "have by no means violated the commandment, 'You should not kill.'" So for him, the just reason for war, a just reason for killing, was the obedience to the law, to the commandments of the God. So St. Augustine was in the very beginning of the Christian and later liberal explanation and concept of the just war. Christianity gave birth to a doctrine of just wars. Unlike modern assumption of just conflict, as we know it now, based on law, Christian thinkers considered a just war to be based on morals and the God's commandments. Let us not forget that in the classical tradition in ancient Greece, the war did not need any ideological explanation. The interests, the conflict of interests, the conflict of for the land, for women, like it has happened with the Trojan War, was a very good enough explanation for war. Christians went much further. They wanted to have a moral, ideological explanation of any violent action which one people put upon the other people. St. Augustine, in his work The City of God, wrote, "But, say they, the wise man will wage just wars, as if he would not all the rather lament the necessity of just wars, if he remembers that he is a man, for if they were not just, he would not wage them, and would therefore be delivered from all wars." The continuation of this thinking, the continuation of the Christian concept, we find in the work of Erasmus of Rotterdam. Well, we see that he lived more than 1,000 years after St. Augustine. But there is a good explanation for this gap. So basically the Christian tradition, as a Christian Europe, proposed a universal tradition which did not presume that equality of their lords and equality of the kings between them, but also it did presume their absolute inequality with regard to the Roman Pope. So this doctrine could not help to establish the philosophy of the relationships based on the equality in political and ideological and in power terms. So Erasmus of Rotterdam lived in the Netherlands, at that time still the colony of the Spanish Empire. He was a Christian thinker and at the same time Renaissance humanist. And his difference from St. Augustine was very simple. He considered to be any war a natural act of behavior between countries. Famous as one of the first intellectual apologists of pacifism, Erasmus of Rotterdam offered the concept which declares any war not good, any war not be in favor of the God. And he wrote, "War is delightful to those who have had no experience of it." And this idea is one of the basic ideas of liberal approach to the international relations, which we will learn in our next conversation. Let us go further. After we learned the very initials of the philosophy which is in the basis of the liberal tradition, the Christian philosophy, we can go further and speak about the Renaissance and Protestant Reformation in Europe. The importance of individual is the center in the liberal tradition after that. If, when we speak about the realist approach to the international relations, we first speak about states and the relations between the states. In the liberal tradition, the states are also important, of course. Nobody can undermine the central role of the state in structuring the international relations. But the other important question, maybe not less important, is the relationships between state and individual. So liberals, from the very beginning of this tradition, in early 16th, 17th century, looked at the model of the relationships between state and individual And they judged on how liberal state and how state can be responsible actor with the relationships with the other states, on how it structures the relations with individual. More freedoms have individuals, more belief liberal thinkers put in the idea that the states can cooperate peacefully. So the Renaissance gave a birth of classical tradition, bringing back the individual-centered thinking. The Reformation, on its side, reflected the belief that faith in the rationality of the individual was more important than the hierarchical concentration of religious power within the Roman Catholic Church. And here, beyond the individual, we find that rationality becomes one of the most important factors of human behavior, and after that, rationality moved from the analysis of the individual behavior to the analysis of the relationships and behavior of the state. Since Reformation and since the liberal tradition developed, thinkers and international relations scholars started to believe that the state behaves rational. Origins of classic liberalism we find in the Europe of period of Renaissance and early Enlightenment in the 16th, 17th century. By that time, Europe's feudal economic order broke down as cities grew and people expanded trade overseas. The cities became more important, the power of the Roman Pope declined. Emergence of a wealthy middle class that saw the beginning of the eroding of the aristocracy, whose wealth had been primarily based on agriculture, is another indicator of the new age. And as a result, the new class, this bourgeoisie, the new class, this bourgeoisie, supports the new political doctrines, seeking for revision of both domestic order and international politics. When we speak about liberal theory, we can identify three stages of its development: liberal internationalism, liberal idealism, and liberal institutionalism. And to each of these periods, the certain characteristics can be identified. Historically, liberal internationalism starts from the Enlightenment and ends before the beginning of the First World War. Liberal idealism followed and emerged after the Great War of 1914-1918. Liberal institutionalism is a contemporary stage of liberal theory development. Liberal institutionalism, as we can see from its name, has changed the previous ideas and brought the idea of institution, but we will speak about this later. On this picture, you can see the evolution of liberal theory, and each stage is different according to the key subject of consideration, reason of war, and conditions for peace. We remember that the main question of the international relations theory is a question about war and peace. For every theory and for every paradigm and micro-theory within this big theory, the answering to the question of reason of war and conditions for peace was the most important. For liberal internationalists, from the early Enlightenment until the end of the 19th century, the key subject, as I have said, was the individual. The reason of war was the intervention of a state, both domestic and international. So early liberals believed that less state intervenes in the relationships between the people, less state intervenes into the life of the ordinary people, less reasons of war exist, and the condition of peace is the increase of the individual liberty. We will see later that early liberals from Immanuel Kant and the other liberal thinkers believed that more individual freedom is brought into the life, less reasons for war exist. The next period, the liberal idealism, in the beginning of the 20th century, changed the subject. Liberal idealists understood that the individual freedom is not enough, that we need to do something with the state. But what to do with the state? We need to change the nature. We need to change the way how the states interact between them. And liberal idealists, and Woodrow Wilson first of all, believed that main reason of war is unjust nature of balance of power policy. Balance of power was the most significant feature of the European politics in the 19th century, when everything was decided by the group of the strong powers like Britain, France, Germany, Russia, Austria-Hungary, and only these countries mattered, and only these countries, huge powers, constructed the balance of power between them, while giving the others much less a role, and giving the others basically no say in big European politics. So liberal idealists believe that the state is central, but every state, that the states are equal and the states must be treated as equal and equally contribute into the development of the international relations. What was the condition of peace? For the liberal idealists, the condition of peace was national self-determination, public opinion and collective security. So they believed that if more nations get their own states, if the public opinion plays more important role in international relations and can influence the politicians, then if the collective security institutions, for the first time the word institution arrives here, these institutions can play a role of stopping states from entering to the war. The next period, which we will also study later on, liberal institutionalism, the second half of the 20th century and even nowadays. It also has changed a little bit the key subject. Unlike earlier, when the authors of liberal tradition addressed to either individual or state, liberal institutionalists started to study and to look at the system of internationalism, system composed by the state, and what is the most essential, the structure of the system. They needed to understand that we need to change the structure, we need to make it more stable, and we need to enrich it with the institutions. And that's why we have this name in liberal institutionalism. The reason of war, liberal institutionalists believe that the balance of power as it is, as such, is the reason of war. Because they believe that in order to avoid the war, we need to go much beyond the power calculation. We need to think differently about the international relations, and we need to structure the system of international relations differently. And the ideal condition of peace for the liberal institutionalists is the world government. Something what realists believe is absolutely impossible, but something at the same time which institutionalists believe can happen and is actually functioning. Liberal internationalism, the very beginning of the liberal theory, as a science, was an attempt to study how the cooperation among republican states, free trade and mutual interdependence lead to perpetual peace and international harmony. Liberal internationalism focused on the individual, rationality, progressive history and positivist science. It was very, very, very positivist approach to international relations. At that time, bourgeoisie emerged as a new class and supported the ideas of the Enlightenment, such as the autonomy of the individual, equality, tolerance, freedom and property. But the other essential part of the liberal approach is international law, and we will later on talk about it. The emergence of international law was also a part of the liberal tradition in its very early stages, during the Renaissance and Enlightenment. But why international law emerged exactly at that time? The reason is simple. There was no law and there was no morality in international relations. After the Christian religion became dominant in Europe, it was a Roman Pope who decided how people should treat each other and how people should behave when they go to war. In other words, the Christian morality dominated the behavior of people, and it was up to the church to decide, do people behave or they misbehave. In the 16th century, the Christian Rome has been undergoing very, very deep changes and very, very deep corrosion of its power. People actually lost any respect to the Rome. Well, with the exception of some southern European regions like Spain or Italy, for example. The other Europeans did not have any respect, and the Rome, after Reformation, did not have any power to impose the rules of behavior, the rules of morality upon the people. And the result of this was very, very clear during the 30 Years' War, which we have already discussed during our previous conversation. 30 Years' War in Europe was an example of unprecedented brutality of the conflict. Around 8 million people died during the war. The big territories and lands became absolutely devastated. The cities was destroyed. Christian world, and we should not forget that for the Europeans, the Christian world was a synonym of the world. There was no any civilization beyond its borders. So Christian world, it was shaken by the religious wars, and especially by the 30 Years' War. Christians eliminated and brutally killed Christians. What was the reason? There was absolute lack of norms of behavior. The Christian morals were not able to stop unprecedented violence. because people did not have any respect to them. And there was no any other laws of behavior, any other morals to replace them in the beginning of the 17th century. So people needed to invent these laws. And the first inventor was the Dutch philosopher and jurist Hugo Grotius, who actually lived during this terrible 30 Years' War and became one of the fathers of the international law and modern international law. So exactly to Hugo Grotius we must be very thankful for the existence of the documents like Charter of the United Nations, Declaration of Human Rights. During the 30 Years' War, Hugo Grotius proposed to establish certain rules and norms of interstate relations to decrease number of casualties coming from international conflict. We should not forget that Hugo Grotius did not call to eliminate the war as a fact. He understood that the wars between the states are inevitable because interests are different, material interests are different, and political interests are different. But he wanted to bring law. He wanted to bring rules into the international conflicts and make these international conflicts to be conducted not accordingly to the brutality of the human nature, but accordingly to the certain law. But the biggest problem was that the Christian morality had a source in the God, as Christians believe. But what can be the source of the new law? And so the cornerstone of Grotius' philosophy is the concept of natural law, the law which is a part of the nature as such, which is not invented by people, which is not from God, but which belongs to the nature, to everything what is around us. The concept of natural law is a doctrine which asserts that fundamental rights, such as property rights, personal security, and some others, are inherent by the virtue of human nature and inseparable from human being. So, in other words, Hugo Grotius wanted to replace the religious morality with the universal morality of nature, of human nature, and then bring this morality and bring this law to the interrelations between the states. Hugo Grotius wrote in his most famous pamphlet, The Law of War and Peace, published in 1625. He wrote, "The law of nature is a dictate of right reason, which points out that an act according is not in conformity with rational nature, has in it a quality of moral baseness or moral necessity, and that, in consequence, such an act is either forbidden or enjoined by the author of nature, God." So for him, the author of nature, God, the nature as such, and morality and the law in relationships between individuals were all inseparable and common. Let us look further at the genesis of international law under its first and most prominent author, Hugo Grotius. Based on his concept of natural law, which governs relations between individuals, Hugo Grotius developed a complex doctrine of international law. Just like Thucydides developed his concept of interstate relations from assumption about human's nature, Grotius pointed out that creation and maintenance of laws and rules are also natural for human beings, and therefore for the states. But for Thucydides, and those who followed him in the classic realist tradition, this nature was not good and could not be changed. But for Hugo Grotius, this nature was much better and could have been changed. Hugo Grotius wrote, "The law of nations is based on the law of nature, which has received its obligatory force from the will of all nations or of many nations." Beyond the idea of natural law, Hugo Grotius developed the concept of just war and formulated three cases of such a conflict. Self-defense. If one nation is attacked by the other nation, it has just reasons to go for war. The second reason, protection of property. If the property of a certain nation is taken by the other nation without compensation, this nation must go to war in order to defend its property. And the third case is a revenge or compensation. If one nation has been deprived of something, it has right to go to war to revenge or to get a reasonable compensation from the others. Beyond this, Hugo Grotius did not believe that nations have any reasons to go for the military conflict. The other great humanist and the other great thinkers of the classic liberal tradition, John Locke, lived in England, and he emphasized that all individuals have rights: freedom, right of property, and right for living. Do you remember our first paragraph about the liberal tradition? The early liberals believed in the individual, as John Locke did. A government, according to him, appears only as a result of a social contract, aiming to establish an institution to protect personal security and property. So the government is only instrument of protection of the individual freedoms, security, and property. A government is responsible, John Locke wrote, for protecting these rights and have to serve its citizens rather than suppress their will. So, in the beginnings of liberal tradition, as John Locke wrote, the government is a servant of citizens, not the other way. In this sense, Locke is opposite to Hobbes, whom we studied during our first lecture on the classic realist tradition. Despite both Hobbes and Locke, who lived in England, despite both thinkers based their concepts on the idea of social contract, origins, form, and aims of these contracts were fundamentally different for them. Hobbes believed in Leviathan. Hobbes assumed that the contract between people and omnipotent government, the Leviathan, was made. The only aim of this agreement, according to the Thomas Hobbes, was the survival of the nation, only purpose, as a whole. To some extent, even if lives of some individuals may be sacrificed to fulfill this goal. Because for Hobbes, the Leviathan was more important for the nation to survive. For Locke, the most important purpose was the survival of individual. And according to him, the social contract aims to protect individuals and property, while the government could be constructed in a way convenient for the citizens, and must be convenient for the citizens. To understand the difference between approaches of John Locke and Thomas Hobbes is the most important thing to understand the difference between realists and liberals. For the realists, the state is the guarantee of survival. For the liberals, the individual and his freedom is a guarantee of survival. If individual has a freedom, he can survive. And if he is not oppressed by the state, he can survive. And he can find the ways to live better and to make international peace. For Thomas Hobbes, as opposite, the only survival of the state is a guarantee, and only state can construct international peace. That's why we see the liberal explanation of many revolutions, interventions, removal of the governments can be very, very simple. What has changed for the individual if this or that government does not exist anymore? If the individual freedom increased, it is always better. Despite the fact that maybe the state is in the state of the chaos, if the gangs are riding on the streets and in the desert, the individual is better, individual is safer, because individual has a right and possibility to defend himself or herself. The next great author of the liberal concept and the liberal theory and approach, liberal philosophy of the international relations, was a German philosopher and political thinker, Immanuel Kant, who lived in the second part of the 18th, beginning of the 19th century. His most famous book is called Perpetual Peace. So we see that this name of the book, it reflects the very liberal approach to the international relations and the very liberal approach to the future of international relations. Liberals, starting from the Kant, believe that perpetual peace among the nations can be achieved. In his work, Immanuel Kant proposed to establish a peace federation between the states, based on the rational individual and republican political order. Immanuel Kant had certain examples in European and even international political practice. First of all, he lived in Germany. And even by that time, little German states were actually ruled by the law, and the courts were very important. And the relationships between small German states were based not on the violence or power of some of them, but they were based on a certain way of the government within the Holy Roman Empire. The other factor was establishment of the Swiss Confederation, when the several previously independent little states made up together in the new states. And basically created a first federation. The other example was the American Revolution, when the independent states, after they liberated themselves from Britain, they created again a new state, a federation, based on the rational individual choice and republican political order. So, for the Immanuel Kant, the peace federation was based on the three main aspects. First of them is the freedom of all humans. Deconstruction of all old feudal hierarchical institutions. The absolute individual freedom. In the Kant's view, a war is in many respects a product of feudal relations and tyranny. Lords are fighting, seeking for the new lands and wealth. Common man has no interest in military conflict. So liberation of a common man was a way to respond to the question about peace and war. How can we achieve peace and avoid the war to liberate people? Unlike Hobbes and other pessimists, Kant believes in the good nature of human. Liberation of this good nature should advance social relationships between people and therefore advance the better relationships between the states. If the liberation of individual can make relations between him or her and the other individuals better, why we should not apply this to the relationships between the states? This was actually the question which Immanuel Kant asked. The other important aspect of Immanuel Kant's political philosophy, and another argument for the perpetual peace in favor of this doctrine, was a human rationality. Kant actually believed that rational individuals having moral values can create peaceful society, thus a peaceful world. That conflict is irrational, that for people it is much more profitable to cooperate between them than to go for the conflict. According to Kant, peaceful relationship between people and people's community will prevail in a free society, as the conflict is considered to be more costly and even dangerous for lives of human beings. Personal safety, Kant believed, and property are more valuable assets than prestige and in some way even the very existence of a state they live in. The third part of the Immanuel Kant argument for the perpetual peace was a constitution-based republican state. As all individuals are rational, they know that they will bear the cost of war. But in the republican state, they can prevent their leaders from going to war. They can vote against the war, unlike they cannot do the same in the feudal Europe, in the feudal state. The rule of law, separation of legislation, executive and judiciary are the important conditions of peaceful behavior of a certain state. Respecting each other's rights and freedoms are essential for social peace and for the peace between the states. Spreading the new political institutions, free trade, and the idea of republicanism worldwide would, according to Immanuel Kant, lead to perpetual peace. The next offer we need to know in order to understand the beginnings and origins of the liberal tradition was the French philosopher Jean-Jacques Rousseau. He was specifically interested in the one important thing, the common good. He believed that individuals are inherently good, but have been corrupted by civilization and society. Jean-Jacques Rousseau, who wrote his works in France of the very, very authoritarian monarchy, believed that humans are naturally free and are equal in principle. One of his great citations is, "Man is born free, and everywhere he is in chains." And this idea lies in the very heart of the liberal Western order. Jean-Jacques Rousseau is one of the founders of liberal political thinking and liberal approach to the international relations. But unlike John Locke, he was opposed to the idea of representative democracy. Representative democracy is a system where a small group of politicians are elected by a larger group of citizens. In most of our states, the situation is like this. We all go to elections, we vote for the parliament, and then our parliament, who is elected by us, elects our government. So Jean-Jacques Rousseau did not believe that this is a good idea. Instead, he felt the citizens themselves should make the laws directly, by the direct vote for every law, every time organizing the referendum. His ideal state was one where the genuine will of the people, or volonté générale in French, in his native language, was the absolute authority. According to Rousseau, international politics will be improved and a stable peace will be established after spreading of freedom to all European states. So by the examples of John Locke, Immanuel Kant and Jean-Jacques Rousseau, we can see that in the very beginnings of the liberal tradition, the main discussion was about the nature of humans, the place of the morality and the role of the individual freedoms. But we should not also forget that by this time in Europe, the new economic order, the capitalism and market has started to develop. And of course, those who have been thinking about the economy and about the rules on which economy was functioning also contributed to the study of international relations. And among them, the first important was Adam Smith. Adam Smith. Adam Smith was a British economist and philosopher, author of a famous book, Wealth of Nations. And the very name of this book points out to what was the most important for Adam Smith and what was for him and the likes the reasons, the instruments to achieve the peace among nations, the wealth. For Adam Smith, wealth was the most important. Wealthy people don't go to war. Wealthy people don't fight each other because it does not support the increase of their wealth. In his work, Adam Smith formulated the key points of the classical economic liberalism, the most important of which is non-involvement of the government and freedom of market forces, so-called invisible hand of the market. So we see that, as any other early liberals, Adam Smith believed that less government is better for economy, and consequently less government is better for the politics, because it does not prevent people from generating their incomes and their wealth from the market forces. Adam Smith believed that free trade can support the improvement of international politics, and that free trade is one of the most important and most promising instruments to make relations between the nations peaceful and to show to all people that war is not the best way to resolve the problems. Adam Smith believed that free trade brings people from different race, religion and language together in their pursuit of wealth. Adam Smith believed that protectionist economic policies lead to insecurity and also low level of interaction among the states. So the instrument to achieve the peace and avoid the war, accordingly to the Adam Smith and the likes, was to decrease the protectionism and to increase the openness of the markets and free trade. Adam Smith also believed that the borders that separate states should be transcended and common values should be created. Free trade is a value for him, and it is essential in creating these common values, because it can bring all individuals together, regardless, as it has been already said, of their race, religion, nationality, or even the language. It is believed that market societies are against the war by the liberal thinkers, and Adam Smith was in the very beginning of these beliefs. The other prominent author from the liberal tradition was also the British economist David Ricardo, who formulated the theory of comparative advantages. According to Ricardo, division of labor is mutually beneficial for all parties, and a prerequisite of division is that everybody produces where their comparative advantages are greater, or disadvantages are smaller. And this production and these comparative advantages can help nations to cooperate because they can join the trade chains and the production chains. And thus, the nations become more interconnected and more interdependent, and this is also good for the peace. Ricardo believed that in free trade in international politics. He thought that for creating wealth for the world, there should be increase in production. This will satisfy human needs and prevent evil intentions of individuals. There was also strong belief that international distribution of wealth can be equal if individuals freely pursue their interests all around the world with a free trade and free market openness. And also the increase in production and equal distribution of wealth depend on the free international trade. So the main instrument to achieve the peace is a free trade. And if all states try to maximize their economic interests, then the whole world will benefit from it. Global wealth will lead to the global peace. And the answer to the question between war and peace will be found accordingly to the early representatives of the liberal tradition. The early liberals were very lucky. They were lucky because their advice, their ideas and their concept have been implemented in several political projects. And among those political projects, the first one was American Revolution and American Declaration of Independence of 1776. In the Declaration of Independence, we can read following. We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, that to secure these rights, governments are instituted by men, deriving their just powers from the consent of their governed. So, in the United States Declaration of Independence is one of the earliest political embodiments of the liberal thought. And that's why in this citation we can see that the importance of individual freedom. And we can see that governments are instituted by men, that governments are only the servants of men and not their lords. So we see the theory and the approach and the political practice which is absolutely opposite to the good old classic realist Hobbes-like approach to the relationships between state and individual. The other particularity of American Revolution and its consequences was that American Revolution gave an example of a working republicanism. The founding fathers of the United States were able to construct domestic institutions which still exist today. Successful construction of these domestic institutions put an idea that international institutions and policy generally also may be reconstructed by the rational mind. And after the World War I, this idea emerged as a Wilsonianism, which became the core concept of the second stage of the liberal paradigm. The other important political event in the history of Europe, which should also be viewed through the liberal approach to the politics and to the international relations, was the French Revolution, one of the consequences of the liberal ideas and liberal philosophy of the 18th century. The Declaration of the Rights of Man, which was adopted during the French Revolution, has the following ideas. The end of all political associations is the preservation of the natural and imprescriptible rights of man, and these rights are liberty, property, security, and the resistance of oppression. So we see that two very important political events of the end of 18th, beginning of 19th century, American Revolution and French Revolution, brought to the life the liberal ideas of individual freedom and wellness. At the same time, bloody and contradictory consequences of the French Revolution stimulated rise of conservatism and counter-revolution reaction in Europe. Destruction of the old order by the French Revolution and liberation of individuals did not bring peace, but drove Europe into the bloodiest conflict since the 30 Years' War. And this is another paradox. During the Congress of Vienna, which ended the Napoleonic Wars, which Europe suffered for several decades, the great powers during the Congress of Vienna proclaimed return to the principle of Westphalia and established a new balance of power in Europe. Hello, and welcome back to our conversations about the theory of international relations. However, it was better to say philosophy of international relations, because as a science, as an academic discipline, IR theory did not emerge until the beginning of the 20th century. Before that, as we know, we learned the basics, the basic ideas, the basic generalized concepts of how people have been thinking about the international relations, the relations between the states, and the role of the states and role of the individuals. We learn about this from the works of philosophers more than academicians in the contemporary sense of this word. But today, our lecture is going to be devoted to the new episode, new age in the development of our science. After the First World War, the IR theory becomes a genuine academic discipline, as we know it now, as we study it in universities, and as we will study it during our conversations. So our today's lecture is about the beginnings, the two world wars which have shaken the world in the first part of the 20th century, and the genesis of IR theory. From our previous conversations, we already know that war has been always a driver of IR science. The reason is rather simple. The main question of our discipline, but as a matter of fact, a main question for everybody of us, is the question of war and peace, the question of survival of individual, and the question of survival of state and society. So, as a science seeking out to find fundamental patterns of conflicts, the IR theory, IR science, often sparkles during the Great Wars. We know that first of these great wars was the Peloponnesian War, fought between Athens and Sparta in the ancient Greece. And to this war we must be grateful because we received the great work of Thucydides, History of Peloponnesian War. And from the history of Peloponnesian War we learn the first generalized concepts of the classical realist theory. The other great war, 30 Years' War, which has been taking place in Europe in the first part of the 17th century and was one of the most brutal conflicts of the human history, gave us new concepts. The concepts of Thomas Hobbes, the concept of Hugo Grotius, the very birth of their liberalist and liberal approach to the philosophy of international relations, as we know it now. And we must be also grateful to this tragic episode in human history because of the creation of Peace of Westphalia and three principles of the Westphalian peace which still govern the international relations: non-interference into internal affairs, sovereign equality of the states, and absence of the dominance in the international relations. The other great wars, the Napoleonic Wars, which have been taking place in Europe after the French Revolution and until 1815, gave us the third great wars, Napoleonic Wars, which had been taking place in Europe in the end of the 18th century, beginning of the 19th century, gave us the works of Alexis de Tocqueville and diplomacy of Clemens von Metternich, the great thinkers of the 19th century. And last but not least, the Great War of 1914-1918 hugely accelerated further development of IR concepts and in many respects driven creation of IR as a science. What were the origins of that Great War, which actually brought to the battlefields millions of people from everywhere in Europe and from many other countries in the world, like United States, Latin American countries, Japan, people from Australia, people from Africa, everybody was fighting. There were two opposite camps, the group of the Holy Alliance with United Kingdom, France, Russia, later joined by Italy, Japan and the United States, and the alliance of Germany and Austria-Hungary, later joined by Bulgaria and Turkey. Origins of the First World War were very different. The strategic frivolity of the great nations, the long contradictions between the major European countries. But however, not only the head of the German state, the emperor, but also every German, starting from the nobility and the generals, and ending with the very ordinary people on the ground, believed that the neighbors don't give them enough respect. People in Germany also believed that during the colonial distribution of the territories in the world, Germany did not receive enough. That old countries like Britain, especially, but also France, but also Russia, but also America, received too much, and Germany received nothing. And in order to change this unfair situation, Germany wanted to be stronger in terms of military and in terms of economy. But the United Kingdom, a hegemonic power of that time, and Germany, a rapid riser, found themselves in a perfect Thucydides trap. During our first conversation, we learned about Thucydides, and we learned what is the Thucydides trap. And we know that the reason for war, according to the Thucydides, is that one nation is afraid of the other nation, measures to increase its military capacity or economic or political capacities. Because we never know the intentions. We always tend to believe that if our neighbor becomes stronger, he does it because it wants to take something from us. And that was the logic of the United Kingdom. They saw Germany rising, and they became more and more afraid and started themselves to prepare for war. What were the consequences of the Great War? In terms of humanity, the consequences of the Great War were truly catastrophic. First of all, almost 8 million people died. Only military personnel. And 7 more million were permanently disabled among the military personnel. Germany, for example, who actually started the war by declaring it on the 1st of August to Russia and then to France, Germany lost more than 15% of active male population. 15%. Every 8th German man was killed during the war or died by any reason. While France, another hugely suffered nation, lost about 10.5% of population. In every French family after the end of the Great War lost one member. And in every little French town or village, if you go there, you will see the monument to those who fought and died during the Great War. France and Germany were exhausted. 3 European empires, Russia, Austria-Hungary, and Ottoman Empire, collapsed as a result of the war. Dissolution of the Russian Empire caused a 3-year-long civil war, which also took from 5 to 10 million lives, and then terrible dictatorship of the communists, who also killed about several million of their compatriots. Results of the Great War in many respects surpassed even the catastrophe of the 30 Years' War. What became a strong driver for the further development of international relations, history, and of course international relations theory. And the most important consequence was that Europe has forever lost its central role in world affairs. But the experience of First World War gave a lot to the academic knowledge, gave a lot to the academic understanding of the rules of the game, of how nations interact between them. The First World War challenged some assumptions of the IR thinking of that time. We know that one of the most popular books and concepts of times before the Great War, The Great Illusion of a prominent thinker Norman Angell, argued that stronger economic links may weaken aggressive intentions of the nations. For instance, as we know, trade between the United Kingdom and Germany in 1913 was biggest in the world. According to Angell and other liberal thinkers, such strong interdependence granted peace between the two nations. But it did not work out. The Great War showed that economic interdependence cannot stop the states from beginning of war. In economic sense, Europe was critically interdependent, though it did not stop European powers from military actions, because they wanted to fight for their pride. Moreover, paradoxically, economic interdependence even triggered the beginning of the conflict. Counting on strong economic ties with the United Kingdom, German generals believed that the United Kingdom will actually not join France in fighting Germany, because it might be unprofitable for Brits. However, the behavior of Britain was completely different. Therefore, According to liberals, to avoid military conflict, it is necessary to create certain political conditions which allow to weaken political tensions, just like it worked in domestic level within democratic institutions and procedures. These considerations, after the First World War, caused the rise of liberal idealism in the 1920s, 1930s. And the new science emerged originally as a liberal science and on the basis of the liberal concepts of individual freedom, economic interdependence, but with adding something, the adding of the institutions and special rules of the game, special understanding and agreement between the state. So, consequently, the field of the new science was quite broad and strongly connected with moral and political philosophy. It was a task to shape its own subject and develop special methods for the IR studies. Last but not least, a citation from Alfred Zimmermann, first professor of international relations in University College of Wales. His definition of the study of international relations was the following. He wrote, "The study of international relations extends from the natural science to one end, to moral philosophy at the other. This discipline is a bundle of subjects viewed from a common angle." So let us look what are the bundle of these subjects. As soon as international relations theory emerged as a discipline, as a part of the academic thinking, the researchers started to publish many articles and books. And in these articles and books, they formulated the basic questions which must be addressed by everybody who thinks and who speaks about the nature of international relations, the reasons of international conflict, and the instruments to make peace. There were several fundamental questions formulated already in the very beginning of our science in the 20s, 30s years of the 20th century. The first of these questions was what were the main reasons of the Great War, First World War, and why the pre-First World War international order collapsed, destroying empires and taking millions of lives. It was the most important question to answer how the humanity, with all the achievements of human genius, with all economic interdependence, arrived to such a poor condition. The other question was, what are the lessons of the Great War? Is it possible to prevent a new catastrophe? What must be understood by the scholars from the reasons of this war and from how this war started, in order to develop a comprehensive concept which can help politicians to prevent a new catastrophe, to create a sort of international system which might be less vulnerable to the challenges of individual egoism of the states, to the challenges of their mutual fear, to the challenges of their mutual suspicion. In other words, what can help nations not to get trapped again in the Thucydides trap? The third question was one of the most important. It sounded like on what foundation a new international order can be constructed. What must be in the very, very background of this order in order to make it sustainable, self-sustainable? How international institutions, first of all the League of Nations which was created, can strengthen post-world order and bring stability to interstate relations. What is the role of international institutions? Why this question was important? Because it was the international institution which was chosen by the politicians in order to facilitate cooperation between the states. International institutions have been taken as the most reliable instrument which can eliminate some of the reasons which bring nations to Thucydides trap and bring nations to the conflict. The international institutions have been chosen as an instrument to decrease the level of mutual suspicion, to understand the intentions of each other better, or better say, to make their intentions more predictable, because the intentions genuinely never known. But the predictability can be achieved by cooperation, people believed at that time, within certain international institutions, which increase transparency, which increase exchange of information between the states about what they really want. People said, if Germany, before the First World War, could have been a member of certain international institutions, it could have demanded something, it could have discussed something with the other states, not directly, but within the framework of this international discussion platform. And this could have helped. But before the new science emerged, even before the Great War, there were actually two types of institutions systematically focusing on international relations studies. First, military institutions. Military always needed to understand the nature of the relationships and the driving forces behind these relationships better. Because military needed to be ready for war. And military people needed to know how to predict the intentions of the other states, how the other states might behave. So already back in 1831, the Royal United Service Institute for Defense and Security Studies was established in London. The other organizations focused on peace promotion. The Fabian Society in 1884, Carnegie Endowment for International Peace in 1910, Carnegie Corporation of New York, some other institutions, both supported by the states and by the private individuals, by the big companies. After the First World War, in 1919, Woodrow Wilson Chair of International Politics at University College of Wales was established. And what is very interesting, in the first paper of this chair, it was written clearly and precisely. This chair is established in order to make researchers understand how to avoid the war and how to achieve the peace. So we can see that even formally, in the very beginning of our science, the question of war and peace exists. And this question has been addressed from the very beginning, unsurprisingly, because the science emerged by that time, the most brutal and terrible war in human history. The same year, the Chair for History and Theory of International Relations was established at Oxford University and Hudson Institute in the United States. 1 year later, Royal Institute for International Affairs, which we know as Chatham House, and New York Council on Foreign Policy. All these institutions in Britain and in America have been devoted to thinking about the nature of international relations, about the promotion of peace and promotion of the instruments to achieve the goals of the states, to defend the goals of the states and the national interest by the peaceful means, without falling to the next great war. So, in the following years, international relations studies divided into two branches, which still drive the development of international relations science. Basically, academic and policy-oriented. Academic studies, which I do belong, as many of you will possibly belong, focus on fundamental studies, as Thucydides did, as Immanuel Kant did, and other great philosophers. They focus on the development of IR theory and bringing up new concepts and research methods. This is an invaluable contribution because it helps us to understand the general principles and general rules by which the international relations develop. The other branch, policy-oriented research, focused on making actual recommendations for the governments, decision makers, advancing foreign policy and diplomacy of their resident states. So now, when you see a certain paper, when you see a certain study, you can always know, is it an academic study or policy-oriented research? Academic study is superior to the very actual political debate. It is superior to their everyday policy making. But policy-oriented research is concentrated more on the resolving of the very practical questions and defending the national interest. So, from the very beginning of our science, development of it was shaped by a number of so-called great debates. The academicians and policy advice people divided into the big camps, genuinely realists and liberals. And they debated between them, and every time the issue of the debate, the question under consideration, differed. So the first great debate between realists and idealists took place between the two great wars and before the Second World War, developed around the question of the post-First World War international order, and in many respects, how to deal with the emerging Germany, Nazi Germany at that time. The second great debate took place already after the Second World War, in 1960s, 1970s. The parties of this debate argued about sanctification of IR theory, or in a more simple way, if it is possible to integrate standard scientific methods, which we know from economy, from mathematics, in international relations studies. This debate brought many unvaluable contributions, and it ended with the emergence of structural realism in 1970s. The third great debate were the later debates between the old paradigms represented by neo-theories, such as neoliberalism, neorealism, and some radical IR theories on the other side. The fourth great debate was a debate between positivist and post-positivist theories of international relations, which has emerged since the end of the 1980s. But every round of the great debates was caused by absence of any general theory of international relations, and paradoxically, by this, the means aimed to create it. Just like physics aims to come up with a so-called theory of everything. However, we should understand, and we should never forget, that complexity of human society, just like the complexity of the universe in natural science, does not allow to explain everything with one theory or concept. As a prominent international relations scholar Stephen Walt describes our field, one world, but many theories. The first and most influential great theory, which emerged after the end of the First World War, was liberal idealism. Liberal idealism was defined by its critics as utopianism, an assumption that a state should base its foreign policy on internal political morals, and that international system could be advanced through such approach. The basic idea was that to liberate the individual, to make economic interdependence is not enough. We need more action by the state. But the utopian approach was in changing of the nature of state. The first liberals in the 20th century, the liberal idealists, believed that states, after such a great tragedy as the First World War, can reflect upon themselves and can deliberately change their politics, can deliberately and intentionally become less egoistic and more cooperative with regard to the others. There were several bright key personalities of that age of our science development. Alfred Zimmermann, Norman Angell, James Shotwell, and of course Woodrow Wilson. The post-World War I utopianism was defined by Hadley Bow, the professor of international relations in Oxford University, later on, of course, as following. He wrote that the distinctive characteristic of these writers, which I have just mentioned, was their belief in progress. The belief, in particular, that the system of international relations that had given rise to the First World War was capable of being transformed into a fundamentally more peaceful and just world order. That under the impact of the awakening of democracy, the growth of the international mind, the development of the League of Nations, the good works of men of peace, or the enlightenment spread by their own teaching. I think that this is the greatest characteristic of how the liberals, the early liberals, approached the international relations. They approached it with a nearly religious belief that people, by their own will, can understand the tragedies and mistakes of the past and can make this world better. And among them, among these idealists, the number one was the president of Princeton University, and that time President of the United States of America, Woodrow Wilson, the founder of liberal idealism. He was the president of the United States during the wars of the First World War. It was actually his decision to change American foreign policy, to leave the long strategy of isolationism, and to intervene into European affairs on the side of France, Britain, and at that time Russia. And he was the key apologist of the liberal idealism. What is more important, he was not only a science man, he was not only a scholar, he was also a politician. And by this, he had a unique chance to transfer his approach, his theoretic vision of international relations to the political practice. So he was a very lucky man because he wrote the ideas, he wrote his ideal world and ideal way for nations to interact. And he tried to implement it in international reality. In his famous 14-point speech, he presented a plan of a post-World War I peace settlement, which included creation of international organization for promotion of peaceful cooperation among nation-states, League of Nations. So it was Woodrow Wilson who was the first who suggested for all nations of this world to establish a universal gathering, universal international organization where everybody should be represented on the equal basis, where all nations, regardless of their power, regardless of their size, are going to be equally represented. And this was one of the greatest achievements of the liberal political theory and liberal paradigm in the international relations science. In 1918, Woodrow Wilson articulated his famous 14 points. His own project, which became the US project actually, to reconstruct the post-war international order. These 14 points included the most essential practical ideas derived from the liberal idealist approach to the international relations, as following. First, the establishment of a new international organization, League of Nations, which should have strengthened international peace and security. Second, assure the principle of collective security, a system where each state considers security of a neighbor as its own concern and agrees to take part in collective response to aggressive actions. This is very important to understand. The idea of collective security was first introduced into active political practice by Woodrow Wilson. Because now, for us, the organizations such as Organization of Security and Cooperation in Europe, United Nations, are something very common. We always lived with these organizations. We don't know the world without these organizations of collective security. But only 100 years ago, the humanity did not know what is the universal institution. The next group of the 14 points was about the disarmament as a tool to weaken tensions between states and possibility of a new war. Woodrow Wilson believed that, and he was correct believing this, that he believed that the armament, the rise of the arms, and rise of the arms was the reason of the First World War. And he suggested that the nations should voluntarily go for disarmament themselves, to decrease the tensions, to decrease the threat and fear in their mutual relationships. Next important part of these 14 points was about the self-determination of nations. For Woodrow Wilson, it was very important not to liberate just an individual. By that time, the slavery did not exist, and the individuals were primarily free in this world. But not all nations used to have their own states. The big empires existed, like Russian Empire, Austrian Empire, Turkish Empire, well, even British Empire, French colonial empire. And many people in Europe, and not only in Europe, like in India, in China, in Africa, in Eastern Europe, they have been fighting to establish their own states. So Woodrow Wilson believed that giving them such a chance was a unique possibility to establish the world of the nations where everybody is going to be represented and where everybody is going to be equal. And the other important part of these 14 points was the refuse from so-called secret diplomacy. Secret diplomacy was very, very common among the European empires and nations before the First World War. And Woodrow Wilson believed that existence of so-called secret diplomacy was the reason why this war emerged, because people did not know what is going on in the diplomatic relations. Ordinary people, newspapers, did not know what is happening between the capitals. And that has allowed capitals to bring the world to the war. Woodrow Wilson believed if people know about the diplomatic relationships, if people know what their governments are talking about between them, the people would never allow them to go for war. Liberal idealism was a theory which influenced international relations very much. General liberals shared belief in progress and assumed that democratic institutions, parliamentary procedures, and rule of law may be effectively implemented on the international level, as on the national level, to regulate relations between the states. So they believed that these relations must be regulated, as are regulated the relationships between us within our own societies. Therefore, in 1920s, 1930s, during the second stage of liberal paradigm, idealists paid such a big attention on establishment of international organization and development of international law. The cornerstone of liberal agenda toward construction of the post-World War I international order was creation of the League of Nations. However, unfortunately, further events revealed that just establishment of an international institution was not enough to prevent a new war. That's why the representatives of the realist school of international relations sharply criticized the academicians from the liberal idealist school. According to realists, idealists, or as they said, utopianist idea that moral principles are superior to practical and pragmatic consideration is wrong, while perception of international politics based on such thoughts is naive and cannot serve as a guide for policymakers. The main task of idealist IR theory is to find the way for ideal preconditions for a free and peaceful international order, in which realists never believed. Therefore, idealist concepts are looking into the future, but can hardly help to deal with the political problems here and now. The liberal idealist approach to the international relations and the recipes which liberal idealists proposed were basically ideal and might be an ideal solution for the international community. But most unfortunately, these bright ideas faced the very, very harsh reality of international politics. States, by that time, have never been so idealistic as some thinkers. Statesmen of France, Britain, some other nations have not been thinking about their humanity, have not been thinking about how to make the peace prominent and permanent. They have been thinking about how to maximize their achievements and the gains they could receive after the victory against Germany and allies of Germany. However, the Treaty of Versailles was considered to become liberal triumph. Formally, it was based on the 14 points. It has encouraged the independence of new nations. It has endorsed the establishment of the League of Nations and many, many other very good things. But however, during the negotiations in Paris, most of Wilson's proposals were hugely revised or even rejected. European powers, first of all France and Britain, were less interested in establishing of an ideal international order, but focused on their national interests and security considerations. British and French politicians, as well as their smaller supporters in Greece, Yugoslavia, some other Eastern European countries, they have not been thinking about how to make this world better. They have been thinking about how to get more land. They have been thinking about how to get more concessions from those who started the Great War and lost the Great War. They have been thinking about the territories. Unlike those who created the Westphalian Order, those who made the Treaty of Versailles have not been concerned with the rules of the game. But even unlike those who made a Peace of Vienna and one century before, in 1815, they have not been thinking about how to create the new rules which will govern the relationships, which will structure the relationships. They have been thinking about very, very simplistic things, primarily territories and money. Moreover, in the end, Wilson was defeated even at home, in his native United States of America. The Congress, American Parliament, refused to ratify the treaty. As a result, the United States, the victorious party of the war, did not become a member of League of Nations, nor of the post-war European order. The final agreement went far away from the idealist program, combining interests of great powers with some liberal minor adjustments. First of all, German army was reduced to 100,000 of personnel. German navy was allowed to have only 6 ships and no submarines. It was decided to demilitarize Rhineland, the territory between France and Germany, and the major economic and industrial part of Germany. Later on, France even intervened, even sent the troops to some parts of the Rhineland when Germany was not physically capable to pay all the enormous reparations. These war reparations amounted at about 30 billion of US dollars. And remember, that time US dollars had much more value than it has now. The other territorial transfers, primarily in Eastern Europe, were also supported by the Versailles Order and by the Versailles Treaty. The several new countries emerged, like Czechoslovakia, New Yugoslavia, Poland, Finland, on the ruins of Austria-Hungary, German Empire and the Russian Empire. The other point was the redistribution of colonial possessions. France and Britain have taken over all colonial possessions, all those territories which they have considered to be colonies, from Turkey, Germany and Austria-Hungary. Well, Austria-Hungary did not have enough, or it did not have at all any colonial possessions, but still. But all the territories of Turkey and Germany have been taken by the winners of this war. And in some cases, they have taken these territories directly as their new colonies, to France, Britain, or even teeny Belgium. In other cases, they declared a sort of the independent dominions or states under their protection. But of course, everybody understood that it means nothing. It means that the winners take what belonged to the losers. And the last but not least, Versailles Order and Versailles Treaty established the League of Nations. The decline of Versailles Order arrived very, very soon after it has emerged. As a result of these decisions, the post-World War I international order from the very beginning had several critical weak points. First weak point, misbalance of power. Some countries, first of all France and Britain, have been very, very powerful. They managed to keep and they increased their military strength after the First World War. As some countries were terribly deprived, like Germany, but also Communist Russia and Italy, which was the winner of the First World War, but still did not receive what it has been thinking it's due to receive. One of the results was the rise of the German revanchism. During the 1920s, Germany suffered terrible economic disaster. German economy was ruined. German people suffered from the consequences of the defeat. Germany paid terribly big reparations to the winners. And German revanchism and German desire to reconsider the results of the First World War have been also the natural consequence of the unfair decisions within the Versailles International Order. Two major powers, USSR and United States of America, were not involved in the established order because, first of all, the Western European countries did not recognize USSR for a long time, and the United States did not just want to join it by their own will. As we remember, the US Congress did not vote to join the League of Nations. As a result, League of Nations, this presumably ideal international body, has been paralyzed. Decline of the Versailles Order consisted of several other very important characteristics. The main reason for this decline was again change in distribution of power and numerous miscalculations of political leaders. First of all, defeated Germany was not integrated into the new international order. For example, like France after Napoleonic War, or the Holy Roman Empire after the 30 Years' War. It was a major mistake. Germany was integrated in Western international order, by the way, after the Second World War. But in Paris in 1919, the allies, France and Britain first of all, made this terrible mistake. Germany was robbed, put under huge reparations and left aside. But at the same time, Germany was not fully eliminated, and Germany kept all potential for the rise and for the revanchism. And the contradictions which gave way to the First World War emerged again in even more brutal and dangerous form. It allows some researchers to consider the two world wars as one long conflict with the same origins but with a short interruption of 20 years. An effectiveness of idealist approach towards post-First World War security order was in many respects proved by inability of political leaders to construct a so-called collective security. The end of 1930s, as a consequence, was marked by a number of diplomatic maneuvers made by both sides and which in many respects triggered the beginning of the new terrible conflict, the Second World War. The most terrible conflict so far in the human history. These two diplomatic maneuvers were the Munich Agreement of 1939 and the equally bad Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact of 1939. Decline of the Versailles Order and the establishment, the emergence of the German revanchism is represented on this map, where you can see the distribution of territories and power in Europe just before the beginning of the Second World War. And so the Greatest War started because Germany felt absolutely humiliated and the German revanchism. Here we quote one very bad man, Adolf Hitler. He wrote, "Germany has faithfully fulfilled the obligations imposed upon her, in spite of the intrinsic lack of reason and the obviously social consequences of this fulfillment." This judgment, though made by the very, very bad person, a very real criminal, is correct in a way. The reason for the Second World War was the mistakes made after the First World War. And then we need to learn them. The decline of their post-First World War system and order in international relations was clear already by the middle of 1930s. And from that time, when revanchist Germany started to increase very rapidly its military force, and revanchist Italy started to expand its colonial policy, very aggressive colonial policy, already by that time, the scholars of international relations started to ask question, what went wrong after the post-First World War international arrangements? And among these scholars, the most prominent, the greatest one, was the British historian and political scientist Edward Hallett Carr. He is known as one of the fathers of modern international relations science. In his book, The 20 Years Crisis, 1919-1939, An Introduction to the Study of International Relations, he criticized utopian approach and studied the origins of the Second World War outbreak, which lied, as he assumed, in fundamental misbalances of the post-First World War international order. Even the name of this book is very, very telling, The 20 Years Crisis. So, accordingly to the Edward Hallett Carr, the very period between the First World War and the Second World War was a continued crisis. He believed that international arrangement in Versailles after the First World War was so unfair, was so unbalanced, that it has led to the beginning of the new crisis almost immediately, without any interruption. Edward Hallett Carr provides us with some very, very important thoughts which make up the narrative of the realist critic of the liberal idealism. But not only. His narrative helps us to understand what were the major mistakes made after the First World War. It helps also us to understand the general rules of the international theory. I must even say that it was Edward Hallett Carr who has created our discipline and who developed the ideas, the thoughts, which must be known and understood by every scholar of international relations. And if you want to call yourself a scholar of international relations, as somebody who is analyzing the international relations, you should follow the ideas of Edward Hallett Carr about the structure of our discipline. Let us consider some quotations. First, Edward Hallett Carr in his famous book wrote, I quote, "When the passions of war are aroused, it becomes almost fatally easy to attribute the catastrophe solely to the ambitions and the arrogance of a small group of men, and seek to further explanation." The idea of this thought, the idea of this quotation, is simple and at the same time very important. We should never rely on the individuals and on the mistakes of the individuals when we speak and when we think about the reasons of a major international events. Major international events such as wars are never the result of the individual miscalculation or individual mistrust. It is the result of the systematic reasons, of the general reasons created by the very international order which existed at this time. So, if you want to call your scholar of international relations, never say that the relations between, say, Russia and the United States are bad because we don't understand each other, or because our politicians don't know too much about each other. The reason of conflict is always very objective. The contradiction of interests, for example, as well as the contradiction of economic interests, but also geopolitical, is the reason of conflict between the United States and China, for example. Though these countries have very huge trade turnover and very huge economic interdependence. The other idea of Edward Khaled Carr is also very important for our science. He wrote, "Insofar, therefore, as the alleged natural harmony of interest has any reality, it is created by the overwhelming power of a privileged group, and is an excellent illustration of the Machiavellian maxim that morality is the product of power." We understand this quotation as a very good explanation of why those who say that the morality or harmony can exist in international relations as such. Edward Carr believes that harmony of interests can only be maintained to exist. And in order to maintain it, we need a certain power, because otherwise others will not respect this harmony of interest. But power is a tribute of a certain state or a group of states. So harmony of interest is actually the harmony of interest of those who provide this power. Otherwise it will not exist. And this is, of course, an excellent illustration of the Machiavellian maxim that morality in politics is not connected to the usual morality. It is the product of power. Because to support this morality, to make the others to obey this morality, we need a power. And it means that this morality is morality of those who provide the power. The other key ideas of Edward Carr are equally important. First of all, he prioritized power relations in international relations. Secondly, the role of power balance in ensuring stability proceeding from the fact that universal moral norms are not applicable to international politics. That international morality can only be relative. He wrote, "Ethics must be interpreted in terms of politics, and the search for an ethical norm outside politics is doomed to failure." So we need to look at the ethics and politics comprehensively, understand the internal relationships between the ethics and politics, and never separate them. Never believe that ethics can exist without political considerations and being disconnected with them. Edward Carr also believed that the state as the main actor in international relations, and then it does not attach special importance to other actors, with the exception of intergovernmental organizations. The other great thinker of international relations after the Second World War was American scholar of German origin Hans Morgenthau. He was credited for having systemized the classical realism. His Politics Among Nations became the standard textbook and continued to be reprinted many times after his death. As a matter of fact, Hans Morgenthau's contribution was not that he has invented something especially new, like Edward Carr did before him or other scholars did after. He systematized classical realism. So, in other words, by making his 6 principles, Hans Morgenthau brought together all the ideas which realist tradition in international relations, realist paradigm, developed during more than 2,000 years, since the times of Thucydides and up to the end of the Second World War. So he collected all these ideas and he managed to summarize them and explain the logics of how the realist approach to international relations explains the nature of politics among nations in the 6 simple to understand principles. Now we will look what are these 6 principles of Morgenthau about. So, Hans Morgenthau did a great work. He systematized the basics of classic realism in one comprehensive theory, equally easy to understand and equally easy to use applied to the concrete political situations and international processes. First of these principles says that politics, like society in general, is governed by objective laws. that have their roots in human nature, which is unchanging. Therefore, it is possible to develop a rational theory that reflects these objective laws. You must remember from our first conversation that idea that politics have their roots in human nature has been already developed by Thucydides. And his idea that human nature is not changing and thus politics and international politics also do not change was also developed already by that time. So Hans Morgenthau brought these very, very ancient concepts to the contemporary reality, and he applied this concept to the reality. But based on this conclusion of the existence of these objective laws, he said that it is possible to develop a rational theory that reflects these objective laws. This principle is one of the greatest achievements in our science because it points out that it is possible to generalize, that international relations do not consist of the many little teeny issues, that they consist of the very general principles and objective laws, which can be rationally reflected by the theory. The second principle of classical realism says that the main signpost of political realism is the concept of national interest, defined in terms of power, which infuses rational order into the subject matter of politics, and thus makes the theoretical understanding of politics possible. Political realism stresses the rational, objective and unemotional reasons of state actions. National interest, not individual interest, not interest of king or the president. The national interest is the most important. And in the very heart of this national interest, according to the realist paradigm, we find security and survival of the nation. If every foreign policy nation is only an instrument to achieve this survival, to defend the survival of the nation. And thus the idea allows us to judge the potential action of our partner in international affairs, because we always know that his main goal is to survive. Third principle says that the realism assumes that interest, defined as power, is an objective category which always exists, which is universally valid, but not with the meaning that it is fixed once and for all. Power, for Morgenthau, is the control of man over man, but not and never government. Here we arrived, thanks to Hans Morgenthau, to the very difference between political science and international relations. Essentially, political science, politology, is about the government. Thinkers of political science reflect about how the politicians get to the power, how they exercise power, how they keep power or lose power. Power means direct government. I say what you must do. In international relations, it is absolutely different. Power is the control of man over man. Nations in international relations don't tell directly to the others what they should do. Nations do not make laws for the others. Nations make other nations to behave in a certain way they like better. So this is an important difference. And this is why international relations is a part of general political science, but it's not political science in the traditional meaning of this sense. Political realism, and this is a fourth principle of Hans Morgenthau, is aware of the moral significance of political action. Political realism does not deny the existence of moral significance of political action. It is also aware of the tension between moral command and the requirements of successful political action. So Hans Morgenthau incorporates morality into the realist theory of international relations. In order to avoid this misunderstanding, when some people think that realists don't think about morality at all, morality exists even within the realist theory, as Hans Morgenthau helped us to understand. Fifth principle of political realism, according to Hans Morgenthau, says that political realism refuses to identify the moral aspirations of a particular nation with the moral laws that govern the universe. It is the concept of interest, defined in terms of power, that saves us from moral excess and political folly. So the interest, the objective category of political thinking, helps us from being not vulnerable by the stupidities caused by the individual moral principles and preferences and the political folly of the certain leaders. The sixth principle of Hans Morgenthau says that the political realist maintains the autonomy of the political sphere. He asks, how does this policy affect the power of the nation? Political realism is based on a pluralistic conception of human nature. A man who is nothing but political man would be a beast, for he would be completely lacking in moral restraints. But in order to develop an autonomous theory of political behavior, political man must be abstracted from other aspects of human nature. And this is very important in order to understand the nature of realist approach to the international relations. 3S of political realism, easy to understand, must be derived from the ideas of Hans Morgenthau and from the first comprehensive concept of the realist approach to the international relation. First S is a statism, concentration on the state. Realists believe that by its nature, international relations is a state-centered social structure. What means that a state, a sovereign unit, dominates in international politics and remains the only true actor, though other actors can exist, but they don't influence their political life, international political life, essentially. Second S, survival, indicates that the main task of every state is to survive in an aggressive, anarchic international environment. And with this S, we see the main purpose of state. We see why people create the state in the international environment. From the times of Thomas Hobbes, we know why people create state for themselves on their own level, on the community level. And from Hans Morgenthau, we know why people need the state internationally, because international environment is as well anarchic as it has been on their community environment before. And last but not least, third S of political realism, self-help, points out that in an anarchic environment, nobody can help. There is no global government, nor to save a state from external threats. Every single alliance remains temporary and depends on balance of power. So the states, according to the classics of political realism, should rely only on their own power in order to achieve the second ace, to survive. This becomes important, and this becomes actually the reality of international affairs according to the realists, because of the anarchy as the most permanent characteristic of international relations. Then the context of action of any state in international politics is the anarchy. States coexist in a context of international anarchy, which refers to the absence of a centralized authority to protect states from one another. Each state has to survive on its own. Thus, states are by definition self-help agents. They assume that within the hierarchy of international relations issues, national security tops the list. For them, military and related political issues dominate world politics. The other key assumptions of political realism say that there is no authority above states capable of regulating their interactions. States must arrive at relations with other states on their own. rather than it being dictated to them by some high controlling entities. It also says that the sovereign states are the principal actors in the international system. International institutions, non-government organizations, multinational corporations, individuals, and other sub-state and trans-state actors are important, but they are viewed as having little independent influence. Every multinational corporation, even if it is tremendously rich, is always dependent on the state where its headquarters are. And this is one of the maxims of classical realist approach. Realist also believes that states are rational, unitary actors, each moving towards their own national interests. There is a genuine distrust of long-term cooperation of alliance. States, according to realists, are rational, unitary actors. So, according to the realist approach, there are no different interests within our state. That even though some people in the states or in the government look at the international priorities differently, outside the state is always represented as one partner. And that helps us to understand and helps us to predict the state behavior. So now we can see that during the first part of the 20th century, the international relations theory moved from a philosophy to a genuine science. The first round of great debates, the one between idealists and realists, finished with the outbreak of the Second World War, defeat of the League of Nations, and the concepts of Edward Howlett Carr and Hans Morgenthau. In many respects, due to these debates, after the end of the Second World War, international relations theory emerged from a philosophical concept to a science with its own objectives, theories and research methods. Further development of international relations science would play a critical role in preventing the new confrontation between the United States and Soviet Union from emerging to a new world war. So here you can find some readings which will help you to navigate better within the very huge amount of knowledge and very huge amount of intellectual literature connected to the emergence of our science. Next time, we will speak about the further developments of international relations theory. Thank you. Hello, and welcome back to the course on International Relations Theory, prepared by the professors of National Research University Higher School of Economics in Moscow. Today, we will speak about relatively new theory of international relations, structural realism or neorealism. And as you can see from the title of today's presentation, this theory is very much connected to the distinguished American scholar Kenneth Waltz, which has been at the same time an absolutely distinguished personality, the man who was born not long before the Second World War. However, he managed to go to war in Korea, and after that he joined the academy. So I will talk more about his theory and his individual approaches a little bit later. But let us now have a look at why and in what time the structural theory of international relations emerged in the second part of the 20th century. As we know from the basics of our science, every theoretical paradigm in the theory of international relations emerges because of the certain historical preconditions which help the academicians and which encourage us to think about why the things go in one way or another, and to develop certain hypotheses and certain theories. So, structural realism or neorealism as well emerged in the very unique historical conditions of the Second World War. And the major factors which influenced transformation of the realist approach. Neorealism, as you can see it from the name, is a continuation of a realist approach in a certain way. There were three major historical factors. First, relatively non-flexible structure of international relations after the Second World War. This relatively non-flexible structure of international relations was connected to the emergence of military blocs which have been confronting each other. There were two blocs We will go into detail a little bit later. The third important factor, the strategic deterrence. The nuclear weapons emerged soon after the Second World War, and two major superpowers, and later on also France, United Kingdom and China, have been able to deter each other with the ultimate weapons. And this strategic deterrence also helped to understand international relations system in a more structured way. But at the same time, the theory of structural realism or neorealism is also called a status quo theory. That means that it has connected to this certain status quo situation, very stable international environment. And as a result of these three factors, reactive, defensive strategies and acceptance of status quo, rather than proactive, struggle for power and glory, policies of the key actors emerged and have been dominated international relations during the whole second part of the 20th century. One of the most important historic preconditions was the unique character of the relationships between two strongest powers, so the Soviet Union and its allies, and the United States with their respective allies. Emergence of the two camps after the Second World War. Capitalist and socialist within two military blocs, NATO and Warsaw Pact, as the cornerstones, led to relative decrease of international flexibility. For the centuries before, the states have been able to form the different coalitions, to fight another because of the certain particular reasons. But only after the Second World War, the international system was stabilized by the two cornerstones, by the two confronting military blocs, which did not permit their participants to take action on their own. However, peaceful coexistence of the two massive military and political alliances demanded a theoretical explanations and understanding of its potential developments. You can see these two gentlemen. They both are sitting on the nuclear bombs. That means that the contradictions between them and their ability to destroy each other have been ultimate. But at the same time, both parties, Soviet Union and the United States, did understand that they don't want to do it. And they have developed a certain strategic culture. The other important historic precondition, as I said, was the deterrence. Let us speak more in detail about this important factor. First of all, appearance of nuclear weapons as a factor of the international politics strongly influenced the international relations theories. Never before nations possessed such strong weapons. And never before these weapons have been threatening the existence of entire humanity. It was called mutually assured destruction, or MAD. Mutually assured destruction emerged as the basic concept of the Cold War coexistence in a strategic situation when any aggressive actions may lead to catastrophic consequences. The logic of classical political realism was hardly reliable. The states have been seeking for domination still, but seeking for domination as a survival strategy gave way to keeping a status quo. In other words, the major powers understood that they cannot dominate in order to survive, but in order to survive, they need to maintain a status quo. That's why structural realism is also called status quo theory. In some way, the new structural theory emerged as a representation of this political logic of the Cold War. But beyond the historical preconditions, the unique international environment of the Cold War, there were also several conceptual preconditions. These conceptual preconditions emerged as a result of what is called in international relations history and history of the theory of international relations, the Great Debates. What are the Great Debates generally? The Great Debates are the discussions between bigger group of the scholars. Usually these groups of the scholars, they share certain approaches, but they diverge ultimately on the other approaches. And they discuss it, they publish academic articles and books where they argue in defense of their approach, of their vision of a certain international phenomenon. So, these conceptual preconditions were of no less importance than historical preconditions, because while their history moved the political practice and challenged the academicians with the challenges of the everyday practice and the everyday political needs, like deterrence. But the theoretical challenges are not of less importance, because the science of international relations has already emerged by that time, and there were very many scholars which diverged with the approaches. So the second round of great debates in international relations theory, which started narrowly in the 1960s, 1970s, was focused on the further methodological developments of this science. Primarily, these debates have been conducted between the scholars in the United States, but later on, the European scholars and scholars from the other countries also joined them. In the last third of the 20th century, the social sciences were influenced by a huge intervention of the precise sciences, what had led to a clash between so-called traditional and positivist or scientist approaches. So, the great debates in the second part of the 20th century have been conducted between traditional and positivist or scientist approaches. Let us first speak about the traditional approach in international relations studies, which also includes classical political realism and classical political liberalism. The traditional approach argued that an international relations research should be based on a certain major starting points and a certain rules of the game. First of the rules, the observation of an actor. What is actor? Actor is the state. So our task, as classical realists and classical liberals say, is to look at the action of the state and take the state as the major important actor and at the same time factor of the international relations. So the state was considered as the only one, and the behavior of the state could have been explained and could have been understood accordingly to the representatives of political realism and classical liberal theory. Second prerequisite was a focus on diplomatic and international history. And historical experiences have been taken by the all classic approaches as the most important source of knowledge about why the states act in a certain way, why the states react in a certain way at the behavior of the other states. Third prerequisite was analysis of international law and treaties. Law and treaties binding the states have been considered as the major written experiences and the major embodiment of the state's willingness and will. Next, the memoirs and other descriptive materials as the main sources have been taken and advocated by the political realists. So for the political realists, there was no general theory per se. Everything was connected with the concrete practical experiences explained in the treaties, memoirs, and other descriptive materials. And last but not least, case studies was considered by the classic political realism the main search method. So they studied every state and its policy, and they tried to predict the behavior of the state based on the case studies from the previous historical epochs. Let us continue our discussion about the great debates. The other camp which has confronted the classical political realists and classical political liberals have been called positivist or scientific approaches method. Scientific or positivist approaches argued that international relations studies in contemporary times, meaning in the second part of the 20th century, should focus on more scientific methods. They basically believed, those who represented this camp of the great debates, they basically believed that the classical experiences and knowledge of history and knowledge of the case studies and the knowledge of memoirs and all these treaties is not scientific enough. They believed in mathematics. We should not forget that in the second part of the 20th century, the mathematics and precise science has developed very much. The science made huge discoveries. the nuclear weapons have been invented, the space has been discovered by the people, the new developments of the mathematics, physics, chemics, and the others have been developed in the second part of the 20th century. And all these achievements of the science as an opposition to humanities has brought many arguments for those who believed that international relations science should also be brought closer to the classical scientific methods advocated by them. So the first method, according to the representatives of this positivist camp, was aggregation of data. They believed, and by the way, they continue to believe, that no serious study can be done without the aggregation of a huge amount of statistics, huge amount of data, which can be later analyzed. But how to analyze this data? Quantitative analysis was brought into the field of international relations science. The third method was application of natural science methods to social sciences, exactly taking social science humanities to the methodological domain of the classical natural science. Next, what was important for those who represented this positivist approach was mathematical modeling. They believed that since we have data, huge amount of data, we can do a quantitative analysis. We can predict the international relations based on mathematical modeling, as we can do it with physics, for example. Or make a simulation. If we have huge data, we can have mathematical model, and then we can simulate how the states will behave in the international system and vis-à-vis to each others. The only one problem with this approach that, unlike in mathematics, in politics, 2 plus 2 is not always 4. In politics, for good or for bad, 2 plus 2 is what we decide, is what politicians decide and people who vote for those politicians decide. That's why mathematical modeling and all positivist scientific approach exist in international relations. It helps us to understand many issues and processes on the micro level. But while trying to predict the general political developments in international relations, it generally fails. So, consequently, emergence of neorealism or structural realism was a result of these great debates. And representatives of structural realism tried to make peace between two confronting camps of the great debates. And its emergence of this theoretical paradigm in the late 70s put an end to these debates. From one hand, structural realism meant a victory of positivist camp, because it has brought scientific methodology to the international relations studies. Since then, the international relations has become a little bit less from humanities, a little bit less connected with the history than before. But from another hand, presented, for example, by Kenneth Waltz, the founder of the structural approach, new theory saved many features of a traditional humanitarian approach of classical realist theory, and it was strongly based on it. Now let us talk about Kenneth Waltz. Who was Kenneth Waltz? He was a great man for our science. He was a prominent American political scientist of a German origin, the key theorist of neorealism and the founder of this theory. In the book Theory of International Politics, which has been published in 1979, Waltz described the main assumptions of his structural approach to the study of international relations and defended the main features of this approach. And as a matter of fact, he established the science of international relations in its contemporary existence. The central points of his theory was analysis of the international politics not through the units, not through the states and their behavior, but through such categories as system and structure. So, let us talk a little bit about the basic assumptions of the structural realism as it has been developed by the Kenneth Waltz in the end of 1970s. Neorealism has taken a lot from political realism, and it was basically continuation of political realism theory adapted for the new realities or the new methodological possibilities which scientists had. And like political realism, the neorealist theory was based on such assumptions as, First, that the international system is anarchic. Neorealists have never denied that the system is anarchic. They always believed in this rule of international relations, which belongs to the classical realist approach from the times of Thucydides. And there is no credible power, they argued, above the states that together form the system. So here we can see something from Thomas Hobbes, isn't it? And we see the clear connection between neorealism and classical realism. The other basic assumption which neorealists inherited from the classical realism was the assumption that states cannot be certain of the intentions of other states. We do remember the problem of intentions from the previous lectures. And the uncertainty of the intentions has been always considered by the realist theory as one of the main prerequisites of why states don't trust each other. This uncertainty was important and still is important in all realist paradigm to which the neorealist theory also belongs. Next assumption was that at least some states have offensive capabilities, and some states having these offensive capabilities is the basic condition of international system, and that the other states should always take this into consideration. The next assumption was that states have preferences which they seek to realize, and that survival is a prerequisite for realizing such a preference. So, unlike political realists, classical realists believed that there are many preferences, not just only one: survival or domination. But still for them, survival was number one. And for the state, the most important was to ensure its survival. And the other preferences could have been realized and implemented in the political practice only if survival is achieved. And, consequently, however, unlike political realists, structural realism uses system analysis as the basic methodological instrument and not analysis of this certain actor. So, we do know already that Kenneth Waltz has invented and developed as an integral part of the international relations theory the concept of system and structure. What is a system? System is the central category of neorealist theory. In the most general sense, system is a regularly interacting or interdependent group of items forming a unified whole. In international relations, these items are ultimately the states. So such approach means that political actors, states, as the elements of the system, are strongly connected entities, which behavior influences other actions, producing counter-reaction. So the states are not working in the vacuum, that their behavior is always influenced by the behavior of the others. And all of them together influence the international environment. And this environment is the most decisive, most important for their future reactions and behavior. Such approach allowed to call the Kenneth Waltz theory a defensive realism. Why defensive? Not offensive, yeah? But because according to him, actors within the international system are not motivated by a hunger for power and glory, but purely by security considerations. And here we see the very, very clear difference from the theory of classic political realism. For classical political realists, any state, regardless of its power and position, was motivated by a hunger for power and glory. But for the neo-realist, the survival was understood not as a domination on the others, but as assuring its own security by the very concrete state. And as soon as they depend on the others and have to react to their actions, it may cause conflicts and sometimes lead to wars. So, how the neorealist theory takes the problem of the actors. You know, the problem of actors is one of the key problems of international relations. And what are the elements of the international relations system according to the neorealists? We know they're states. The only essential elements of international system are states, which policies define development and evolution. So, as well as in classic realism, the state is their point of departure. And the other actors of international politics, such as international organizations, multinational corporations, religious organizations, and the others, are not considered by the neorealists as equal to the states or even important elements of the system. However, unlike political realists, the neorealists do not deny the existence of these elements, and they do not deny that they have some influence on the behavior of the states and international environment. So, the treatment of the non-governmental, non-state actors is the other main feature which makes neorealist theory different from the classical realism. And speaking about the states, the more powerful states are the more important role they play within the system. So, however, even superpowers, those dominant states, the mightiest states, they do not seek for domination just to dominate. This is another important difference between neo-realist approach and classical realism. We remember that for the classical realist, the domination, the rule among the others, has been always considered as the primary goal of any states, not for the neo-realists. For the neo-realists, the aims of the states, the aims of the even superpowers, are limited by creation of security environment, which is able to grant the highest security level possible in current situation and preserving status quo. This logic perfectly suited for the Cold War strategic situation. So let us look at the scheme, the picture of how the neo-realists or structural realists see the world and see the main principles on which the international relations develop. So for them, first of all, state is a central actor, and it is in the middle of this picture. But at the same time, state is a black box. Why black box? Because so many factors influence state. So many factors are within the states which we cannot analyze because we cannot describe all of them. We cannot think about all of them. The Kenneth Waltz, in one of his works, he wrote that the international relations science can tell us what pressures will exercise the system of international relations at the concrete states. But it can never say what is going to be a reaction of the state because of the internal factors. So, for the neo-realist, the emergence of a certain foreign policy is seen as the number of challenges which influence the state, and state responses to these challenges with a certain policy. So for us, in neo-realist theory, the most important is to analyze these challenges, to analyze their international environment, and only after the state, which is still the central actor. So the state, every state, is a part of a certain structure. And we remember that as well as system, structure is another central and most important notion of the neo-realist or structural realist theory. Structural realism is because the structure is so important. Because states seek to survive, certain balances of power automatically form. Such transformations of the international system can be described as evolution of its structure, or the change of the structure of international system. Structure, by definition, is the way of organizing of elements within the system. So the system, there's a certain number of interconnected and interacting elements. Structure is how they are organized. What is the subordination? What is the role of each of them? What role each of the states plays within the system? What is important of each state? In the international system, it means, first of all, distribution of power as well as other aspects, particular relationships between states, level of development of international institutions, etc., etc. So, for the neo-realists, not only the power, the physical power of certain state was important, but also relationships. Certain state, for example, can be relatively weak, as most of the member states of, say, NATO or European Union. But because of their unique relationships they have with the mighty states, like the United States, for example, these small states can increase their power and can take a higher role in international system and structure. The level of development of international institutions is also important. In the neorealist structure, the international institutions are not the actors equal to the states. They are much weaker, and they are, after all, formed by the states. But at the same time, and we will speak about it a little bit later, they can influence the international environment, and they can affect even the distribution of power within the international system, thus influence the structure. Structure is a central knowledge of the neorealist paradigm, and the science of international relations has identified several types of this structure. And the structure is shaped by the mightiest powers, first of all, superpowers and great powers. So for us, the most important is to see the distribution of power exactly between the superpowers and great powers, because they are the most important elements of any structure, and they are critical for the survival of a certain structure. Depending on the way of distribution of power and the number of leading powers, several types of international structures may be defined. Historically, the first type of international structure was the multipolar structure of international system, with 3 or more great powers balancing each other within a system of flexible alliances. The example here is the 19th century balance of power in Europe. In 19th century in Europe, as we remember from history, there were no any single country or 2 countries which have been able to dominate the others. Russian Empire was weak economically but very strong in terms of military. British Empire was not so strong military but very strong in economics. France was in between them, as well as Germany or Austro-Hungary. All this permitted the existence of this multipolar structure, where not 1 or 2 powers are dominating. The multipolar structure ceased to exist in the beginning of the 20th century. And after the 30 years of European wars, and not only Europeans, of the world wars, the bipolar structure emerged. We have been already speaking a little bit about bipolar structure, but what is it? Bipolar structure of international system is when there are 2 superpowers, or great powers, which counterbalance each other, assumed to be the most stable international structure. Example, the Cold War. So the representatives of the neorealism believe that having 2 strongest superpowers which counterbalance each other helps to the stability of international system, because the others can decide which they support, and the other countries, smaller ones, can adjust their policies, preferences and interests to the policies, preferences and interests of one or another superpower, and that helps to keep the world relatively stable. And last but not least, unipolar system, or unipolar structure of international system, which has one hegemon dominating the whole international systems. The unipolar is considered by the neorealist theory to be the less stable international structure. The example, the post-Cold War unipolar moment, when the United States, after the defeat of the Soviet Union, have been able to consolidate enormous power and actually to seek the world dominance. So on this map, you can see the distribution of power during the bipolar international structure of the Cold War. And even if you look at the size of the confronting parties, Soviet Union and its allies are in red, the United States and their allies are in blue, you see that those 2 camps have completely dominated international environment. China and some other smaller states tried to influence this environment, but they have not been able to change the general path of international developments, which has been dominated and prescribed by the two confronting camps and the logic of their bipolar confrontation. But at the same time, you see, as Soviet Union controlled so many states, and the United States controlled even more states, the behavior of the smaller participants of each alliance have been restricted by the participation in a certain grouping led by a hegemonic power like the United States or the Soviet Union. The other important notion, which is very, very crucial to know when we speak and when we use neo-realist theory of international relations, is a security dilemma. Security dilemma is one of the basic concepts within neo-realism, which explains behavior of actors, in particular arms race and causes of war. So security dilemma is a situation in which actions taken by a state to increase its own security cause reactions from the other states, which in turn lead to a decrease rather than increase in the regional state's security, as it has been written in Encyclopedia Britannica. But at the same time, this notion is not a very new one, you know. And the first thinker who described security dilemma in international relations was our old friend Thucydides, who lived in the ancient Greece. You remember this quote from the first lecture: "The growth of the power of Athens and the alarm which this inspired in Sparta made the war unevitable." It allows to consider Thucydides as not the first international relations thinker, but as a predecessor of the structural realist approach, explaining causes of conflict by counter-reaction of actors on status quo change. We can also say that everything what is new in international relations sense has very, very, very deep roots in the very beginnings of our discipline. So we can see on this graph how the security dilemma was reflected in the military spending of the United States and Soviet Union and later Russian Federation after 1991. We see that the top days of the Cold War have been at the same time represented by the highest military expenditure and number of the warheads in the both confronting camps. At the same time, neo-realist theory of international relations is also called a security-centered theory. Why it is called security-centered theory? Because, particularly focusing on the problems of military dimension, structural realism is usually considered as a security-focused theory which explains things such as nuclear deterrence, forming of military alliance, containment, etc. It is, however, doesn't mean that structural realism does not pay any attention to other important aspects of international politics, such as economic relations, institutional building, etc. Even more, unlike classical realism, as we know, neo-realism gives attention to the economic relations and institutional building or other non-state or non-security centered issues of international relations. But at the same time, as universal theory, structural realism aims to explain all aspects of international relations, which goes beyond only security issues or military issues. So what is the treatment, what is the attitude of the neo-realist theory towards their international institutions? For the neo-realists, institutions do not play a critical role within their approach. However, while classic political realism does not take institutions into consideration entirely, neo-realism is different in this regard. Neo-realism reflected the political reality of the second part of the 20th century, when the big and universal international organizations emerged, like United Nations, for example, but also regional international institutions like European Union or NATO or Warsaw Pact. So, based on this practical experience, neo-realism assumed its institutions as an important part of international structures. What they do, institutions, for the neo-realists? First of all, they serve as an instrument of foreign policy, promote norms and standards profitable for the creator. So every state tries to take advantage of influencing the international institution because this institution can help the state to increase their own individual power, to become stronger than the others. So basically, states abuse institutions for their own profit. The other purpose of international institutions is to strengthen the international structure. International institutions are not the units of this structure, but at the same time, they help states to organize their relationships. If we have for example, bilateral or multilateral structure of international system, if states do not have institutions, they interact case by case, and they can never be sure of what is going to be their new interaction about. If they have international institutions, they have a certain bureaucracy together, certain logic of not cooperation, but the regular interaction, which helps them to be more predictable vis-à-vis each other. But at the same time, we should never forget that according to the neolists, institutions do not have their own political will and power. They only reflect the willingness or will of the state. Let us look at the international institutions which emerged in the second part of the 20th century in Europe. Most mighty, NATO and the Warsaw Pact. So basically we see that Europe, with the exception of the non-participating Sweden, Finland, Ireland, Switzerland and Austria, all Europe has been divided between the two institutions prepared for the fight between them. And participation in these institutions influenced the behavior of each member state. How else we can use neorealist theory? Let us take another case related to the international political economy. Neorealist theory deals with international economy and with the factor of economic relationships, but deals in a very, very particular way. Let us consider two initiatives: Trans-Pacific Partnership and Transatlantic Trade Investment Partnership, which have been developed and which have been almost introduced into the political reality. Both have been large agreements promoted by the United States, and they can serve as an example of how neorealist logic may explain institutions of economic cooperation and how the unique states can take advantage of a promotion of a certain international institutions which might, at a certain point, govern international economic relationships and international economic environment. These two initiatives, these two partnerships, have been an attempt to make a major reform of economic regulation, and it may be interpreted as a reaction to the structural weakening of the United States. China has been rising. Russia has been assertive, so the United States tried to consolidate their power by introducing the new international institutions. While refused as a result of a changing structural environment, the chosen instrument appeared to be ineffective in the new circumstances. And we see that the new President of the United States, immediately after his election, has abolished the participation of America in Trans-Pacific Partnership. Neorealism is a very, very comprehensive theory. But as well as any theory of international relations, of course, neorealism or structural realism is not free of any criticism. And like any other theory, neorealism is not ideal. The main criticism on neorealism is in many respects on the same nature as on realism. What are the main criticisms? First, domestic politics are not taken into consideration at all, as well as political realists did. Neorealists say that we do not include domestic issues into our methodology, but because of the different reason. For classical realists, domestic politics did not matter because national interest dominated the behavior of the state. But for neorealists, domestic politics did not matter because the most important was the international system and structure, and not the internal situation in a particular actor. Second, system-level explanation can hardly help in explaining of some other more targeted issues, foreign policy decision-making, political culture, etc. In explaining these issues, political neorealism is very, very weak and struggles to overcome this weakness. Third criticism was directed into the focus on security issues, very typical for the neorealist theory. According to the critics of this theory, this focus limits analytical instrumentary to explain economic relations. And last but not least, the role of non-actors is undermined by the very approach of the neorealist theory, which puts the state and the structure into the center of its entire methodology. At the end of the Cold War, and structural reconfiguration of the international system has brought a strong conceptual challenge to the neorealist theory. So, we have considered the theoretical criticisms of neorealist theory, but the most important challenge actually arrived from the political practice. Collapse of the Soviet Union challenged the neorealist approach entirely. Back in 1989, Kenneth Waltz argued that the Cold War was firmly rooted in the structure of post-war international politics and will last as long as that structure endures. So according to him, the bipolar structure and Cold War as a product of this bipolar structure was the most natural state of the international relations. And for the states, for the leading powers, the most rational way of behavior was to continue this sort of the relationships and this sort of the shape of entire international order represented by bipolar structure. But in 2 years after Kenneth Waltz wrote this, the Soviet Union collapsed and the Cold War finished. However, structural contradictions between post-Soviet Russia and the United States remained and emerged as a new confrontation after 2014. And this helps neorealist theory to survive and to be a useful part of our methodology nowadays. So what is a structural realism today? In 1990, just on the eve of the end of the Cold War, an influential American scholar, John Mearsheimer from Chicago University, argued that the West has an interest in maintaining the Cold War order, and hence has an interest in maintaining the Cold War confrontation, adding that the continued existence of a powerful Soviet Union will substantially military presence in Eastern Europe should be supported by the West. So, according to the neorealists, to the ideal world of the neorealists and structural realists, the United States, in order to survive and to assure its alliances and the system they have profited from, should have also supported the existence of the opponent of the Soviet Union, while relying on the bipolar system. The scholar, John Mearsheimer, argued that otherwise the key factor of the Western consolidation may disappear and therefore lead to a conflict between the Western states. While it has never happened, disappearance of a common foe brought the rise of contradictions in the West and the European Union in particular. And after the end of the Cold War, we have seen lots of problems between the member states of the European Union, for example, and the United States. For example, in 2003, two major European countries, France and Germany, have openly and decisively opposed the intention of the United States to invade Iraq in order to remove the dictator Saddam Hussein. And this split within the Western camp for the neorealists was the consequence of the end of the Cold War. Soviet Union as a common friend disappeared. And 12 years after, the leading European powers disagreed with the United States on the issue which was very important for American administration. And if we look at the political realities now, we see that so-called Russian threat serves to European powers and European Union as a factor of consolidation. as a raison d'etre of the institutions like NATO, for example. So, what to say more about structural realism nowadays? After the end of the Cold War, Kenneth Waltz and other structural realists argued that the rise of the United States should cause consolidation of other powers against the hegemon. And, as I said just a minute ago, it has happened in the most harsh form in 2002-2003, when the United States wanted to invade Iraq. It was difficult to imagine in 1990s, but however now Russia, China and some other powers are counterbalancing the United States very actively and assertively. An emerging concept describes the current international politics as the new bipolarity, where the United States play a role on a pole, while Russia, China and some of other powers represent a Eurasian pole, a challenger to the might of the United States. And thus, following the neorealist argument, we can also suggest that the bipolarity can emerge in a certain time as the new, more stable structure of international system, more stable than we have now. Let us look at the major sub-schools of structural realism. First, offensive realism, represented by John Mearsheimer. The main idea of this school is that every state is doomed to be expansionist, and it will cause the war under any conditions. The other school, defensive realism, established by Kenneth Waltz himself, and then followed by such distinguished scholars like Jervis and Glaser, is that the states can overcome expansionism and become more cooperative. The other sub-school of the structural realism is a balance of threat theory, which has been developed by the Stephen Walt. And according to his view, the alliances matter, military build-ups, militarized rivalries play the most important role in the development of international system. There is a theory of soft balancing. This theory believes that in order to balance a certain country which pretends to be a hegemon, the other states do not need to make this competition a hard power competition, that they can only try to restrain the action of the state which tries to take a hegemonic position. They argue in favor of a subtle constrained actions versus unipole. Theory of hegemonic stability, as another sub-theory, sub-part of the neorealist theory, argues in favor of cooperation and institutional norm construction and building. Power transition believes in war, that every power transition can go only through the war, and the change of the leadership will be only connected to the very, very bad consequences for the humanity. Let us look closer at one of the most important sub-theories of the neorealist theory, and offensive realism. Offensive realists generally criticize Kenneth Waltz and Stephen Walt for seeing the world solely through the eyes of a satisfied status quo states. So, as well as the classic political realist, offensive realist, John Mearsheimer, for example, believe that the state is still trying to dominate the others. And they argue that at least some states want to change their status in the system and will want to advance their relative power position by all means available. Offensive realists also believe that states maximize power but not security. So the priority for them, as it has been in classic realism, is power gain, not security, as for Kenneth Waltz, for example. Offensive realists also believe that states do not know when their power is sufficient, because they don't know for sure what power is the power of the others. They don't know the intentions of the others. And the states always try to become more and more powerful and never consider it to be sufficient. Offensive realists also believe that states are driven to accumulate as much power and capabilities as possible, and this will lead them to pursue aggressive expansionist policies. So, for the offensive realists, the desire of the state to accumulate as much power as possible is the reason of exceptionist policies, not only the strive for the glory and dominance. The offensive realists also believe that the objective of every state is to become a regional, if not a global, hegemon. So, now on this slide and the next one, you can see some readings we suggest for the better understanding of the general outline which has been given during our today's lecture. You can see the work of the founder of the neorealist theory, Mr. Kenneth Walls, his classic books, Theory of International Politics, The Origins of Alliances, but also some of his followers, like Mr. Stephen Walt with his International Relations, One World, Many Theories, excellent article published back in 1998 in Foreign Policy, Mr. Jarvis, and the Complexity in Potential and Social Life, and some other books which are very, very fit for understanding better the neorealist approach. The one thing we should try not to forget is that neorealist theory, it was the first one which considered the world, the international environment and system, as a certain unity, which can be analyzed as a unity which acts and which develops and lives according to its own internal, inherited and developing rules of the game and the rules of the nature. So, for us, when we speak later on about the new theories and new liberal theories, the importance of the neorealist theory of international relations should be never forgotten.
Hello. Today we will talk about neoliberalism, which is the contemporary stage of the development of such a basic theory of international relations as liberalism. In other words, we will talk about liberalism after the end of the Second World War and the end of the Cold War. In general, there are three stages of the liberal theory development. The first is called liberal internationalism, or the Enlightenment period of liberalism, which is associated by such great names, such great philosophers as Immanuel Kant, Hugo Grotius, John Locke, Jean-Jacques Rousseau, and others. The second is liberal idealism, which is liberalism which emerged after the end of the First World War, or the Great War, which basically transformed the then international system and which laid the foundation of the international relations science. And finally, the third stage, about which we will talk about now, is neoliberalism, the contemporary stage of the liberal paradigm. And unlike realism, where classical or political realism is profoundly different from neorealism, these are basically two different concepts, two different theories, there is no fundamental difference between the old and new liberalism. Neoliberalism offers pretty much the same assumptions and approaches about how the world functions, why states behave in the ways as they behave, and applies these basic assumptions, the same liberal assumptions, to the contemporary environment. Above all, to the conditions of globalization and to the environment after the Second World War and after the Cold War. And as neoliberalism continues the same assumptions, it makes sense to remind what these assumptions actually are. What is neoliberalism talking about? And from the very beginning, it is extremely important to emphasize that liberalism as a theoretical paradigm is based on the Christian tradition, on the idea of salvation and the coming of the kingdom of the God, or basically a better world. And unlike realism, which claims that man does not change, that the human nature never changes, and thus the world cannot be changed, it is always the same, the basic rules of behavior of man and of state are eternal and they never change. Liberalism claims that human nature can be improved. And this results us to very important basic propositions. This leads us to the basic propositions of the liberal theory. And the first major proposition is that the world, as the human nature, can and should be improved. Thus, unlike realism, which studies the world as it is, which studies reality, and which claims that states have to adapt to this never-changing world, liberalism is focused on studying how the world should be. Not how the world is, but liberals from the very beginning always have a very clear or less clear, but still an understanding, a vision of dream of how the world should be and what needs to be done to get there. What does it mean to improve the world? What does it mean to create a better world, right? Which is the essence of liberal paradigm. It means less conflicts. It means avoiding wars. It means that cooperation but not conflict should be the prevailing form of international relations. How to make it? Again, liberalism gives us the answer through rules, norms, institutions, and values, which should, in the mind of liberalism, govern international relations, regulate behavior of states. Thus, liberalism as a science, as a theoretical concept, focuses on international law and their role in international relations, on international institutions and the spread of democracy. The ideal of liberalism is creating a rule-based international order, an international order in which behavior of states will be governed not just by force, but by rules and norms and institutions. And the second major proposition of the liberal theory, which is also based to the theoretical Christian foundation of liberalism, is that man, human individual, is the centerpiece of the universe. Individual, not a state, is the major unit of international relations, is primary, whereas the state is secondary. Individual is the major value and the starting point of all social relations according to liberalism, including international relations. This means that liberalism is talking about and studying man-centric, not a sense-centric reality, and applies a man-centric approach to international relations. It considers individual to be primary, whereas state to be secondary, whereas realism, on the contrary, considers state as primary and all the rest is secondary. Thus, from the liberal viewpoint, international relations should benefit man, not just the state, man being the major value. And this means that the value of states as actors of international relations is much less in the liberal paradigm as it is in the realist paradigm. And there can be and are other forms of organizations of individuals in international relations beyond state, such as non-state actors, such as NGOs, non-governmental organizations, such as transnational corporations, business companies, and of course international organizations. Thus, as a theoretical approach to IR, liberalism, neoliberalism, focuses on these other actors of international relations beyond states, and on limitation or overcoming of state sovereignty. How should we overcome state sovereignty for the benefit of man in conditions when state threatens the freedom, liberty, or prosperity of individuals? And of course, liberalism studies this overcoming of state sovereignty for the sake and benefit of individual. The role and influence of liberalism in international relations is inseparably linked with the United States of America, with the very existence of the United States and the four policies that the US has been pursuing, especially in the 20th and of course 21st century. The United States is by nature a liberal creature. The US has been established by the founding fathers as the shining city of the hill, as a liberal project. American identity is very different from the identities of the overwhelming majority of states in the world. It is not an ethnic identity, not a religious identity. It's not even language which constitutes the identity of the United States. It is ideology. Liberal ideology, the ideas of liberty, freedom, and democracy constitutes the foundation of the American ideology. And you are an American if you share these beliefs, if you believe in the values of democracy, human rights, and liberties. And thus, from the very beginning, the United States has been established as an ideological project, as a new society, drastically different or even opposite to the rest of the world. Opposite to the sinful Europe or to the bad and sinful international relations of the moment of late 18th, early 19th century. And this ideological identity determines strong messianic tradition of the United States. American foreign policy is undistinguishable from ideology. It cannot conduct a normal, realist foreign policy by default. Ideologization has been a prominent feature, messianism has been the prominent feature of the US foreign policy from the very beginning. Instruments of messianism and ideologization were different, but this ideologization as such has been the constant of American foreign policy. In late 18th and 19th century, the way for the United States to promote its ideologization was isolationism. The United States wanted to protect American system, American continent, from the negative, sinful, dictatorial influence of Europe. But then happened a revolution. Then Woodrow Wilson, the American president in 1913, 1924, fundamentally changed American foreign policy from isolationism to internationalism. Internationalism, or which became associated with the name of Woodrow Wilson and is called Wilsonianism as the American foreign policy tradition, means that the United States came or turned from protecting American continent to transforming the world. From protecting democracy and liberty on the American continent to spreading democracy and liberty to the rest of the world. And the major manifestation of this change was the famous 14 points that Woodrow Wilson presented at the Versailles Peace Conference after the end of the World War I. And these 14 points basically contained a plan of reform, fundamental reform of the international system. What were these 14 points about? Free trade, disarmament, banning, elimination of secret diplomacy and secret deals, the principle of self-determination of nations, basically which led to the destruction of colonial system later on, and of course the establishment of the League of Nations, the first ever collective security organization. It was a sea change in comparison to the international reality that was existing in early 20th century. So we have to keep in mind that this Wilsonian or internationalist tradition of the United States is not just its active participation in international system, but it is active participation with the purpose of transformation of this international system. So the United States wants to transform the world in accordance with American values, in accordance with American interests, and act as a leader. So it is the manifestation of the American mission of being the shining city of the hill. It is kind of spreading the light of this shining city of the hill throughout the world. Thus, the United States started to pursue this policy on systemic basis after the Second World War. Woodrow Wilson failed basically to establish sustainable internationalism, to keep internationalism as a sustainable foreign policy tradition, because the US Senate rejected the League of Nations statute, and for 20 years the United States moved back to isolationist foreign policy. But after the Second World War, the United States adopted internationalism and is conducting internationalist policy up to now. So Woodrow Wilson can be considered not just the founding father of this classic idealist liberalism, but of contemporary liberalism as well, because he is still the founding father of the contemporary policies of the United States up to now. And the role that the United States have been playing in the world after the Second World War is indeed essentially liberal. The purpose of this policy, the strategy, is creating a US-led liberal international order. And indeed, the United States played a pivotal role in establishing the UN system, the United Nations Organization, the major manifestation of the influence of liberalism in the world. The US created a system of alliances such as NATO or bilateral alliances in Asia and in the Middle East, which were not dictatorial structures, which were really based on rules and mutual obligations. The United States established Bretton Woods system, a system of international institutions, IMF and World Bank, that were governing world economic system. And of course, the United States established the global free trade system. First, it was the free trade system for the world, which was not controlled by communism, by the Soviet Union, but then it was spread to the rest of the world. So even in the Cold War time, the United States was conducting a liberal foreign policy towards the regions and the countries that were under American leadership, that were not controlled by the USSR. And after the end of the Cold War, and in conditions of the globalization, this liberal push, this liberal component of the American foreign policy, of American strategy, intensified drastically. Indeed, after the end of the Cold War, there was an impression that many basic liberal propositions are true, that the world is changing in a liberal way, that American historic mission of transforming the whole world in accordance with American values is coming true, is becoming reality. Thus, the United States turned to the policy of enlarging liberal international order, which was initially existing since 1940s within the American subsystem, the US-centric subsystem of the international system. So the United States, after the end of the Cold War, started to enlarge this system to the rest of the world, making it universal, making liberal international order universal and global. And given this indispensable role of the United States in creating liberal international order, it is not a coincidence that the majority of prominent liberals and neoliberals are American scholars and statesmen. Scholars such as Zbigniew Brzezinski, Robert Keohane and Joseph Nye, Francis Fukuyama, John Eikenberry, Michael McFaul, and many others. And statesmen, including US President Harry Truman in 1940s, Zbigniew Brzezinski, who is both a statesman and a scholar. He was National Security Advisor under the President Jimmy Carter. Bill Clinton, the first post-Cold War President of the United States. Anthony Lake, National Security Advisor under Bill Clinton. Strobe Talbott, one of the most remarkable American diplomats in 1990s, and later the president of the Brookings Institution. Madeleine Albright, the former Secretary of State of the United States. Hillary Clinton, another former Secretary of State and candidate for the president in the United States. A prominent diplomat, Ivo Daalder, the former US ambassador in NATO, and many, many others. So how did liberalism develop after the Second World War? What does neoliberalism consist of? The outbreak of the Second World War, of course, finished the first round of great debates in the international relations science, the debate between the liberal idealism and classical political realism. And idealist approach, of course, failed to prevent the new conflict. The League of Nations failed to create a perpetual peace and avoid the new war. And thus, for a certain time, political realism became a dominant theory of international relations. Indeed, the outbreak of World War II proved the relevance, the dominance of realism. Moreover, after the end of the World War II, the Cold War started almost immediately. And the logic and conduct of the Cold War was also defined by a realist rather than liberal paradigm. And at the global scale, the international system became bipolar, governed by the United States on the one side and the Soviet Union on the other side. And the relations within this bipolar international system, the relations between these two major poles, was determined by realist, not liberal logic. Does it mean that liberalism marginalized or died, demised after the beginning of World War II? Of course not. Of course not. On the contrary, liberalism sophisticated, liberalism developed. And the continuation of liberalism, despite the outbreak of Second World War and then Cold War, was associated with three important factors. First, we've already mentioned in the previous video that the United States of America moved to internationalist policies and started to establish and consolidate the rule-based liberal international system within the sphere which they controlled, within the non-communist part of the international system. And the United States conducted these essential liberal policies and never since returns to isolationism. Secondly, a short period between the end of Second World War and beginning of the Cold War witnessed unprecedented transformation of international system in a liberal way. It was, if you want, a golden moment of liberalism. Very important, immensely important elements of the international system of the liberal nature were established there. United Nations Organization and a complex, comprehensive system of the international organizations under the auspices of the UN, known as the UN system, was established back then. Contemporary international law, which exists up to now, was established back then in 1945 with the adoption of the UN Charter. Bretton Woods global economic system, IMF, International Monetary Fund, and the World Bank, which up to now govern international economy, world economy, were established back then. The foundations of the free trade system, of the General Agreement on Tariffs and Trade, which later became WTO, were established back then. So it was a very short but remarkably important moment in the history of international relations. It was the explosion of liberalism. And since much of these institutions and rules exist up to now, so liberalism has been providing huge influence on the development of the international system despite the Cold War. And third, relations within the Western community were based on the liberal logic, not on the realist logic. Relations between Western and Soviet communities were indeed based on realism, realist assumptions. But within the Western community, these relations were based not on dictatorship on the United States, not just on the realities of the distribution of power, but on rules, limitations, restraints, norms, and values. And thus, these relations can really be claimed that these relations has been conducted on the basis of the liberal logic. How did liberalism evolve in details after the end of the Second World War? Several major dimensions of liberal thinking appeared and sophisticated, which combined constitutes the neoliberalism as we know it today. What are these dimensions? What are these key elements of the neoliberal theory? These are the following. It is liberal institutionalism, a theory which studies the role of international institutions and how they impact international relations. It is the complex interdependence theory, the theory that studies the influence of interdependence of economic relations and societal relations on political relations among states. It is a democratic peace theory which claims that democracies do not fight each other. It is a regime theory which studies the role of international regimes, such as the regime of non-proliferation of weapons of mass destruction and their influence on international relations. It is the studies of integration and particular theories of European integration which analyze the emergence and development of the European communities and European Union, the major liberal creature existing now in the world. It is post-Westphalian concepts of sovereignty or post-Westphalian sovereignty concepts, the concepts of how sovereignty, state sovereignty changed in conditions of globalization after the end of the Cold War, when the world is claimed to be post-Westphalian. And finally, it is the concepts of international order. How does liberalism define, approach, and study international order? And in the later videos, we will talk in greater detail about each of these concepts. one of the major dimensions of neoliberalism is liberal institutionalism, a school of thought which studies international institutions and their impact, of course, positive impact on international relations. And this school of thought is associated with two prominent American scholars, Harvard professors Robert Keohane and Joseph Nye, who usually worked together and co-authored one of the most important books in the theory of international relations called Transnational Relations and World Politics. It was published in 1972. And this book basically established the liberal institutional tradition in international relations science. The emergence of liberal institutionalism in the science of international relations is not a coincidence. Because institutions, the role of institutions in politics, international relations, economics, and social sciences in general was becoming increasingly popular, and the study of institutions was very important in social sciences after the Second World War, in 1960s, 1970s. The role of institutional research grew drastically in all the major social sciences, including economics, so international relations was not an exclusion. And in IR theory, the emergence of institutionalism took form of a rising attention on the study of international organizations, regimes, and integration. More importantly, this attention was caused, of course, by the dramatic negative experience of the League of Nations, which failed to prevent the Second World War and maintain peace in Europe. So post-war liberal thinkers were trying to find out why the first collective security organization failed to prevent the new war, and how should we improve international institutions, how should we build and develop international institutions to fulfill the role of peacemakers, to really make the international relations more peaceful, stable, and to promote cooperation and reduce conflicts. The key assumptions of liberal institutionalism are the following, as they are provided by Keohane and Nye and some others. First, states are, of course, key actors, it is undisputable, but they are not the only significant actors, which is absolutely logical for liberalism, because liberalism starts with man. So man, individual, is the major actor, right? Which makes states not the only actors in the international system. Secondly, neoliberals and liberal institutionalists claim that all actors are rational. Men are rational and states are rational. And being rational actors, men and states always seek to maximize their interests in all issue areas. And as rational actors, states, in the opinion of liberal institutionalism, are not really concerned with relative gains of the others. On the contrary, they want absolute gains for themselves. So it doesn't matter whether I get more or I get less. The most important thing that I get something, and this already makes me more prosperous, more secure, it makes me better, makes me stronger. Thus, individuals and states, according to liberalism, naturally prefer cooperation to conflict. And according to the liberal institutionalism, the greatest obstacle to cooperation is a lack of information about aims and strategies of the partners. We don't know the real intentions of the others because of this lack of information, and this impedes cooperation. A second obstacle to cooperation is non-compliance or cheating, which means that we agree about something, I do, but you don't, right? And since one of the sides is not fulfilling the agreement, basically I lose. And according to Keohane and Nye, these two obstacles can actually be addressed by international institutions. And this is their mostly positive impact. It is their positive contribution to the international relations. International institutions provide us with information about intentions of the others. International institutions deal with non-compliance. They ensure compliance or reveal the absence of compliance, reveal cheating, and take sanctions or help us to take sanctions against the cheaters. Thus, they promote cooperation. By the very existence, they promote cooperation and reduce conflicts. International institutions are neutral, they lower transaction costs, they advance international cooperation and develop stable cooperative environment. And if institutions are seen mutually beneficial by all states, states will start to cooperate. They will shift their loyalties to these institutions according to Keohane and Nye. What are institutions in general? According to neoliberals, according to liberal internationalists, institutions are enduring sets of norms, rules, and expected patterns of behavior which allow states and individuals and other forms of social organization, first, to facilitate activities that are beneficial to states, such as trade, for instance. Secondly, they allow to diminish mistrust, indeed because they provide a flow of information and facilitate difficult negotiations. And finally, institutions enhance the ability of governments to monitor the compliance of the others, thus making commitments credible, thus promoting cooperation. So by the very existence, given this role that international institutions play in international relations, by the very existence, they improve international relations. Of course, according to Keohane and Nye give a very broad definition of international institutions, as we just talked about. And according to Keohane and Nye, institutions may include organizations, bureaucratic agencies, treaties and agreements, as well as informal practices that states accept as binding. And the major form of international institutions is, of course, international organizations. International organizations are interstate structures established by states on the basis of a legally binding agreement and having their charter and secretariat. And we will talk in a greater detail about the major example of international organization in next video. The greatest international institution ever, and the most prominent example of liberal trend, of liberal dimension of international relations is, of course, the United Nations Organization, which was established in 1945. It is the major example of a grand, global, universal international institution, which covers all the spheres of life, all the spheres of policy, and which include the overwhelming majority of states that exist in the world. Some liberals even consider United Nations as a precursor for world government. Of course, it is not a world government, but the role that United Nations plays in international relations is indeed indispensable. And we can absolutely surely say that if we had lacked UN throughout the last 70 years, international relations would have been much less stable, they would have been much more violent, there would have been much more wars in the world, and so on and so forth. And basically, international relations would have been much, much more prone to conflicts than it is today. So the impact of the UN has been very positive. First of all, it was positive in the field of international security, given the existence of one of the major, actually the major institution within the United Nations Organization, the major body of the UN, the Security Council, which includes 5 permanent members and 10 non-permanent or rotating members. The importance of Security Council is that it is the only international institution, the only organ in the world that can decide the questions of state sovereignty, that can take legal and legitimate decisions about use of force beyond self-defense. And this allows Security Council to manage conflicts, to conduct conflict resolution, to try at least to resolve wars and conflicts in general. And this is what Security Council is making on daily basis. Yes, of course, sometimes it is blocked. Sometimes countries within the Security Council disagree with one another. And sometimes management of these or that conflicts in the world is troublesome. And we claim that Security Council is ineffective. But still, if we had lacked it, it would have been much, much worse and less stable. And the second manifestation of greatness of the United Nations and the second principal organ of the UN is the General Assembly. And the importance of General Assembly, it is that it is kind of world parliament. It is the manifestation of the principle of sovereign equality of nations in the world. Because General Assembly includes all the member states of the UN, which are the majority of countries in the world. And General Assembly works on the principle of one state, one vote. It is the only organ, the only structure in the world where every single country, disregarding of its size, of its level of development, of its power, have a voice. Every country has a voice and has the ability to speak, to state its concerns, to settle the agenda, or to influence the agenda, and so on and so forth. So the United Nations really plays an indispensable role in the world, but however, even the United Nations is not always effective. And on the contrary, in the last 20-25 years, we have been witnessing the rise of ineffectiveness of the UN in terms of management of the international system. I've already mentioned that the UN sometimes is blocked. Security Council is blocked and cannot take decisions, cannot take action because member states are of different opinions about how to resolve this or that conflict. Take Syria, for instance, right? And disagreements between Russia and the United States. Or Ukraine crisis, and again disagreements about Russia and the United States which prevent international action. Given that sometimes Security Council is blocked, that there is a stalemate within this structure, sometimes decisions on the matters of use of force are taken outside of the Security Council, thus undermining international law, undermining the United Nations and the role of the Security Council as the indispensable organ of managing war and peace, the questions of war and peace in the world. And the examples of decisions taken outside of the Security Council are, for instance, NATO aggression against Yugoslavia in 1999 or the US intervention in Iraq in 2003, both being huge violations and rude violations of international law. And this ineffectiveness of the United Nations, even I would say rising ineffectiveness of the United Nations, serves as an argument for the realist critique of liberal institutionalism in general and of the role of institutions, the role that institutions play in international relations. And the major of one of the most prominent manifestations and important manifestations of this realist critique is a famous article by an outstanding theorist, realist theorist of IR, John Mearsheimer, article called The False Promise of Institutions. What kind of arguments does Mearsheimer claims, thus criticizing liberal institutionalism? He starts from the obvious thing that states' behavior fundamentally depends on the relative distribution of power in the world. Right? The distribution of power impacts behavior of states. States behave depending of what kind of distribution of power is. Who is stronger, who is weaker. Any changes in this distribution of power, in the relative wealth and power, affects states' behavior and consequently the dynamics of cooperation. Thus, according to Mearsheimer, states are interested in rather relative, not absolute gains. Why? Because relative gains directly influence the balance of power. If I get more and you get less, or vice versa, I become stronger and you get weaker. Thus, the balance of power shifts. The distribution of power starts to change, which can destroy cooperation. So the conclusion that John Mearsheimer makes is that states would cooperate only if they reasonably expect to gain more than the other participating states. Whereas if they think that they get less from cooperation, they would rather abstain from cooperation or even prefer conflict. They will not go into cooperation if they get a less relative gain than the opponent. And you know what? This proposition of Mearsheimer has lots of proofs in the recent history of international relations. Russia, for instance, the Russian Federation was initially skeptical of the reset with the United States under the early Obama administration, Barack Obama administration, exactly because of the rationale that John Mearsheimer develops. Because in Moscow's opinion, the relative gain of Russia would be less than the relative gain of the United States from this cooperation on the agenda that was proposed by the Obama administration. Thus, Russia was passive. It was abstaining from this cooperation. And only when the Obama administration changed the agenda of the reset, and it became balanced, so the relative gains of the sides became more equal, only then Russia decided to cooperate, and the reset progressed. Yes, it failed ultimately, but initially it progressed, and the reason of progress was this relative equality of relative gains. So yes, what kind of conclusion can we make from here? International institutions are, of course, making international relations more stable and peaceful. They, of course, promote cooperation, but not always. They are not a universal panacea. They cannot guarantee peace. They cannot ensure cooperation by the very fact of their existence. And in order to promote cooperation, indeed, we have to agree with Mearsheimer that states have to search for more balanced relative gains. Another important component of neoliberalism is the regime theory, a theory which studies the role of international regimes and how they impact international relations. Regime theory is in certain way similar to liberal institutionalism, but also has some specific identity. First of all, what are international regimes? International regimes can be defined as sets of implicit or explicit principles, norms, rules, and decision-making procedures around which actors' expectations converge in a given area of international relations. To put it more simply, international regimes consist of rules and principles, norms, and decision-making procedures. There are lots of examples of international regimes existing in the current world politics, in the current international system. There are global, regional, and bilateral regimes. The examples of global regimes are the World Trade Organization, which is the regime of free trade, which fastens the regime of free trade. Or the Treaty of Non-Proliferation of Nuclear Weapons, the regime according to which nuclear countries that do not have nuclear weapons must not obtain them. The Law of the Sea, which is a set of rules governing the communications of the sea beyond national territories of states. Regional regimes could be regional trading blocs, such as, for instance, the Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership, which is being negotiated and emerging in East Asia. Or the Trans-Pacific Partnership, which could appear in 2016, but the Donald Trump administration pulled out. Or another example of regional regime is the Schengen area existing in the European Union, the regime of visa-free travel within the members of Schengen area. Bilateral regimes could be bilateral free trade areas. Another example is the Union State of the Russian Federation and Belarus. It is an organization which includes an abundance of bilateral regimes covering very different fields of cooperation: economic, human, science and research, military, political, and so on and so forth. Another example of bilateral regime is, for instance, a visa-free regime. And there are lots of, again, visa-free regimes, such as between the United States and Canada, but well beyond that. And the founding father of the regime theory is a prominent American professor of Stanford University, Stephen Krasner. According to Stephen Krasner, states not just create rules, but they also abide by them. And these rules, institutions and regimes serve to create new forms of commonality through the experience of cooperation. And so according to Krasner, when we cooperate, we create some commonality. We expect this cooperation to continue. And creation of regimes thus changes the participants' perceptions of themselves and of their interests. And regimes, according to Krasner, are durable and can survive the demise of states that had created them. Indeed, an example could be the same non-proliferation regime. It was established by one of the founding fathers of this regime was the Soviet Union. We no longer have the USSR, but this regime still survives. And according to Stephen Krasner, according to the proponents of regime theory, international regime indeed can increase cooperation and stabilize international system. How do they do that? First of all, they do it by providing information about behavior of others. Again, knowing what are the intentions of others is crucial, and regimes help us with this. Regimes and institutions monitor behavior of members of this regime and thus impact it and report on this compliance. Again, let me emphasize this important proposition of regime theory. Not just states influence regimes and rules, but rules influence states. Rules become kind of independent actors. Rules accomplish agency. They get agency in international relations and impact the behavior of states. So rules and norms define what constitutes a defection and often clearly prescribe punishment for the cheaters, for those who don't comply. And this clarity reduces the fear which is the usual obstacle for cooperation. The fear that states are being exploited by the other members of the regime. And this reduction of the fear, this clarity, minimizes the chances for misunderstanding and promotes cooperation. Usually regimes, as the same non-proliferation of weapons of mass destruction regime, have sanctions, and they prescribe sanctions for cheaters, and these sanctions again reduce incentive to cheat and thus promotes cooperation. Secondly, according to Stephen Krasner, international regimes reduce transaction costs. And reduction of transaction costs clearly also promote cooperation and reduce absence of cooperation, cases of absence of cooperation. How do they reduce transaction costs? They do it by institutionalizing cooperation and reducing the cost of future agreement. Because if this cooperation is institutionalized, you don't have to start from the very beginning each time. You kind of continue already established pattern of cooperation. And they also do it by reducing the costs of reaching an agreement. For example, each round of the General Agreement on Tariffs and Trade reduced many procedural problems that did not have to be revisited in subsequent rounds. So once you deal with that, you continue. And this indeed changes the perception of states of how difficult or easy this cooperation. This impacts interests, right? Continuation of cooperation becomes an interest of states, and thus cooperation prevails over conflict. Third, according to regime theory, regimes generate expectation of cooperation among members. Regimes create a belief that cooperation will continue for the foreseeable future. Indeed, let's take the World Trade Organization, right? By the very existence of the regime of free trade, we expect these rules of free trade, the rules of non-protectionism continue to the future, right? And we start to think that cooperation is the norm, not an exception to the norm, but cooperation is the norm and will continue to the future. So international regimes increase the importance of reputation. And finally, of course, international regimes are vital because they limit the freedom of state behavior. States become more or less kind of locked. They are put in a strict framework of regimes, and they have to conduct through according to norms and rules of the relevant regime. If they don't, they will face sanctions because, as I already mentioned, the majority of regimes prescribe punishment for those who violate these rules, and abiding to these rules, of course, makes international system more cooperative and stable. Another crucial component of neoliberalism is the theory of complex interdependence. which studies the impact of economic and social relations among states on their political relations. You know, the very idea that interdependence, economic relations, and economic interdependence plays a positive role on political relations among states is not new. It had already been advanced by Immanuel Kant in his major and most influential work Towards Perpetual Peace. Later, the same argument in a more precise and clear way was made by Norman Angell, a prominent scholar of early 20th century, in his famous book, The Great Illusion, which argued that economic interdependence between Germany and Great Britain in early 20th century make war between them less likely or unlikely. And of course it didn't happen. Of course this economic interdependence did not prevent the First World War. And after the Second World War, the same idea was developed and sophisticated by two prominent American scholars, by two prominent Harvard professors, which we already mentioned while discussing liberal institutionalism. But the greatness of these two men, Robert Keohane and Joseph Nye, is such that they are founding fathers of not just liberal institutionalism, but also the liberal transnationalism or complex interdependence theory. And the major contribution that they made, again together, to the studies of complex interdependence is their famous book, Power and Interdependence, which they co-authored and published in 1977. First of all, let's deal about what complex interdependence means. What does it mean complex? What constitutes complexity in relations among states? According to Keohane and Nye, societies are connected by multiple channels. Not just that there are not just intergovernmental official diplomatic relations, but also transgovernmental relations. That there are multiple informal ties among societies, among non-governmental elites, between companies, between corporations. And these multiple connections, multiple networks among states, which transcend really state-to-state relations, makes these relations complex and makes interdependence complex. So according to Keohane and Nye, the agenda of interstate relationships, of these complex interstate or transnational relations, consist of multiple issues, which are not really arranged in a clear or consistent hierarchy. According to realists, again to make a comparison, the agenda of interstate relations is very hierarchical and military security issues dominate. All the rest are secondary. Keohane and Nye disagree. And they say that in conditions of these complex transnational relations, all these spheres are important. Not just military, but all these spheres, including law politics spheres, economic relations, societal relations, are also very important for transnational relations. This is why they call this interdependence complex. Now let's deal with the word interdependence and the impact of this complex interdependence to interstate relations. What is interdependence? Interdependence is such a level of connectivity among states, first of all economic connectivity, but also societal connectivity, a destruction of which, destabilization of which, would bring very severe and perhaps even unacceptable damage to both. So interdependence are relations which cannot be broken because it will be very painful for states to break them. So to use a Marxist metaphor, economic interdependence is, or complex interdependence, is such a state of relations when the rise of economic quantity finally evolves into political quality. And Keohane and Nye make a very strong case that complex interdependence transforms political relations among states. How, in particular? First of all, complex interdependence make wars quite unlikely among interdependent countries. Why? Very clear, because use of military force between interdependent countries locked into this complex interdependence relations would devastate this interdependence which exists and thus cause damage, which is sometimes unacceptable. Secondly, as a result of this, states which are locked in these interdependent relations have to resolve their disputes in a cooperative way, not in a conflictual way. States have incentives to cooperate to manage this interdependence, because this they have to keep this interdependence in order to prosper, in order to avoid damage. And thus they have an incentive to cooperate to keep this interdependence. And thus relations among states in general are prone to improve. It is also important to emphasize, though, that for complex interdependence to work positively, for this political effect to happen, interdependence among states has to be symmetric, not asymmetric. Symmetric meaning that states have to depend on each other in a balanced or more or less equal way. Because if an interdependence is asymmetric, if I depend on you more than you depend on me, it is unilateral vulnerability, which the side which depends less would try to exploit against me, right? For him, the relations would not be interdependent, would not be dependent. So he would not pay a damage if this interdependence breaks down. Thus, this side which is less dependent would try to exploit and actually blackmail the depending side, and the depending side would be compelled to follow the demands of the less depending side. This is quite an unstable situation. Asymmetric interdependence usually produces instability, whereas for interdependence to produce stability, it has to be symmetric. And in the history and reality of international relations, there are multiple cases proving this interdependence theory and proving its vitality. For instance, European integration. Development of the European Union started with the stimulation of interdependence between two major European powers, Germany and France, who have been enemies for the majority of history. Establishment of the economic interdependence between them through community of steel and coal, or coal and steel, in 1957, eventually changed political relations among them, eventually promoted their rapprochement. Transatlantic relations between the United States and the European Union is really based on strong and deep economic links. This is the economic foundation, the economic base on the political transatlantic relations. Another component of this base is the links between civil societies of the United States and European Union. US-China relations is another prominent example of how interdependence works, because US and China consider themselves rivals. For the United States, in the opinion of the United States, China is the major strategic rival to American leadership in the world. And there are abundance of conflicts and contradictions among them. But despite this abundance of conflicts and contradictions, US and China are compelled to manage their relations in a constructive way. Why? Because they depend on each other, and this interdependence is symmetric. Russia-EU interdependence is another example of working interdependence, because neither side can allow an outright confrontational towards each other. Unlike the Russia-US relations, it's very interesting to compare. There is no interdependence between Russia and the United States, and we have outright confrontation. And the United States can afford confrontational policy towards Russia and vice versa. With the European Union, the situation is much more complex. It's different. Yes, the relations are bad, but we still lack outright confrontation. Why? Because of interdependence. And finally, if we compare Russia's relations with Germany and Italy on the one side, with Russia's relations with such still EU members and European countries as the UK, Britain, on the other hand, we will see that Russia's relations with Germany and Italy are much more constructive, positive, and sustainable and stable. Why? Again, to the same reason, because of interdependence. However, there are lots of cases when interdependence was not able to prevent conflict, when interdependence doesn't work as it is supposed to do. which brings us to the conclusion that, again, it is not a panacea. Yes, interdependence stabilizes relations among states, but sometimes it fails. And the major examples of the failure of interdependence are several. First of all, of course, the most classic and known example is the beginning of World War I. German Empire and British Empire were the two major economic partners. They really had economic interdependence. This is why basically Norman Angell claimed in The Great Illusion book that war among them is very much unlikely. Alas, the war happened and interdependence failed. Yes, this war made both Germany and Britain much weaker. They both paid the price. They both underwent damage, faced damage, but nevertheless, the interdependence didn't prevent war. Another example is, let's say, Russia's relations with Poland, Baltic states, or more important today, with Ukraine. You know, Russia and Ukraine really had interdependent relations. They were parts of the Soviet Union. They were parts of the Russian Empire. Between Russia and Ukraine, there were abundance of economic links and societal links, mutual marriages, and so on and so forth. And this real interdependence did not prevent a severe conflict, which started between Russia and Ukraine in 2014. Russia and the European Union, we mentioned it as an example of how interdependence works, but pessimists would tell you that this is an example of the opposite of how interdependence fails. Because despite interdependent economic relations, still the European Union applied quite severe economic sanctions against Russia. Interdependence did not prevent sanctions. And of course, the big question mark for the future is how will interdependent, or whether interdependence will still prevent an outright clash and conflict between the United States and China in the future. Today it does. But many realists like John Mearsheimer, whom we already mentioned, or Stephen Walt, another prominent realist of today, claim that a war, a direct clash between the United States and China as two major rivals of the emerging international order is unavoidable despite interdependence. So we'll see. And the relations between the US and China will be a very interesting case, a very interesting test for the economic and complex interdependence for the future and the impact on international relations. Another very important part of neoliberalism is the democratic peace theory. The first grand philosopher, or the first thinker who claimed that ultimately behavior of states, foreign policies of states depend on their domestic nature, was Immanuel Kant. In his great book, Perpetual Peace, a philosophical sketch published in 1795, when he claimed that republican states are more peaceful than monarchical states, than monarchies. Later, by the end of the 20th century, liberal scholars observed that there is quite few examples of democratic countries fighting wars among each other. And thus, the contemporary democratic peace theory is essentially based on the empirical evidence of no wars among democracies. Of course, this proposition is questionable. First of all, it is difficult to define the true democracy. How to define true democracy? How to define war? What kind of clash should we understand as a real war? Can any use of force or threat of the use of force be defined as war, or we need to fight a huge war to define it as a war? And thus to prove or disprove this proposition of democracies not fighting each other. Secondly, the second difficulty is that there are not a lot, but some exceptions to this empirical evidence of no wars among democratic countries, such as the war between Spain and the United States in 1898, Of course, the proponents of the democratic peace theory claim that Spain was not a real democracy at that time, so this is a questionable exception. But still, officially, Spain by that time was already a democratic country rather than authoritarian country. And the second exception is the famous Fashoda incident between Great Britain and France that also happened in 1898 in Africa, when the British Empire and French Empire clashed directly about colonies, when they couldn't divide colonial influence. However, despite these difficulties and exceptions, based on the empirical evidence, democratic peace theory makes the proposition, the general proposition, that democracies, meaning consolidated democracies, not questionable, but consolidated democracies, do not fight each other. So democracies can fight wars and do go to wars with authoritarian countries, but do not go to wars with other democratic countries. And most popular, this democratic peace theory became in 1980s and 1990s with the beginning of presidency of Ronald Reagan in the United States. Ronald Reagan, as we all know, proclaimed a crusade against communism and claimed that the Soviet Union is the empire of evil. And in a series of speeches, such as in the speech that Ronald Reagan gave in the British Parliament in 1982, Ronald Reagan basically formulated the essence of what later became and what now is democratic peace theory. For instance, in this 1982 speech, he claimed, quote, that governments founded on a respect for individual liberty exercise restraint and peaceful intentions in their foreign policy. So he said that democracies like the United States are peaceful, whereas the implication was, what was between lines, that the Soviet Union, which is the empire of evil, which is the authoritarian and totalitarian country, does not exercise restraint and does not have peaceful intentions. On the contrary, they pursue aggressive and conflictual foreign policy. What is the rationale? How does this democratic peace theory explain this proposition of peaceful nature of foreign policies of liberal democratic states? Because according to democratic peace theories, liberal democratic governments behave in the world stage and foreign policies just as they behave at home. Just as they behave at home. And in domestic political systems, democratic governments do not resolve conflicts through violence. They do not throw opposition to prison. They do not kill those people who disagree them and criticize them. On the contrary, they used to resolve contradictions through compromises, through institutions, through law. And this is the pattern that they apply in foreign policies as well in relations with other democratic governments. So democratic governments communicate among themselves just as they communicate, let's say, with their opposition, with their counterpartners at home. And this makes the democratic governments more peaceful by the very beginning, by their nature, than authoritarian governments. Also, what is very important in this rationalization, in this argumentation, is the role of citizens in democratic countries. Citizens usually do not want war. Citizens do not want to pay for the burdens of war. And if the government is democratic, if in a democratic country, if the government listens to the people, if there is a freedom of speech, and representative political system, representative government. If the government wants to be re-elected for the second term, then obviously the government would take this people's position against war into account and avoid war. On the contrary, authoritarian leaders and totalitarian countries are instinctively aggressive, according to this democratic peace theory, and their very existence makes for war, makes international system less stable and more conflictual. And one of the major scholars who contributed much and developed this democratic peace theory was an American professor, and is the American professor, Michael Dole, who published two very important books. First is Kant, Liberal Legacies and Foreign Affairs, and the second is Liberalism and World Politics. Both these books were based on this major proposition made by Ronald Reagan, and not just Ronald Reagan, that liberal democratic countries are by their nature, by default, more peaceful than are authoritarian countries. And Michael Dole studies the cases and analyzes when and how democracies prefer peace, exercise restraint, and on the contrary, when and how, under which conditions they go to war. And basically he agrees and proves the major proposition of the democratic peace theory that yes, given their political system, internal political system, democracies prefer peace than war, and that difference in the patterns of behavior of democratic countries is rooted in different conceptions of the citizens and the state. I would draw your attention to the big quotation that I have in this video. And indeed, following Immanuel Kant, Michael Dole claims that citizens in democratic countries in general oppose wars. Because domestic political cultures in democratic countries are based on peaceful conflict resolution. Democracies act abroad, as I said, as they act at home. The same with authoritarian regimes. Secondly, Michael Dole claims that democratic governments are controlled by their citizens who oppose war. Citizens oppose war because they do not want to bear the costs of war. Thus, governments who want to be re-elected avoid wars. And the example of that would be, for instance, the huge public opposition against the Vietnam War in the United States, which really influenced the American government, the US administration, to finish this war and withdraw from Vietnam. Another example would be the German and French opposition to the American intervention in Iraq in 2003. It was strongly driven by public opinion in Germany and in France. Also, Michael Dole claims that democracies hold common moral values, and this creates a Pacific Union. It creates a sense of integrity, a sense of commonality among democratic countries, which consolidate together as a single community, which elaborate in a sense of us versus them. So democratic countries are much more consolidated and united community than the countries with different political systems. And, of course, freedom of expression and free communication promote mutual understanding internationally and helps to ensure that political leaders act in accordance with their citizens' views. Thus, Michael Dole basically proves, or tries to prove, that really democracies are much more peaceful by default in their foreign policies than authoritarian countries. The conclusion, the policy implication of democratic peace theory is very important. It is that in order to make international relations more peaceful and stable, less conflictual, you have to expand democracy. You have to increase the number of democratic countries. The more democracies, the less wars, the stronger the peace, because democracies do not fight with each other. Thus, in order to make international relations better, in order to make international relations less conflictual, you have to spread democracy. And this is exactly the foreign policy that has been conducted by the United States of America, especially after the end of the Cold War. Moreover, the United States intensified this foreign policy after 9/11, after the terrible terrorist acts on September 11, 2001, in the Middle East. Because the reason of the origins of international terrorism, according to the American officials, according to American elite, was the absence of democracy in the Middle East. And the way to solve the problem of terrorism, to solve the problem of instability in the Middle East, was to spread democracy. And thus the United States have been trying to spread democracy, to enlarge the zone of democracy in the world up to now, for the whole time of after the end of the Cold War. And one of the latest examples of this policy was the policies of the Obama administration in the Middle East when the so-called Arab Spring started. Arab Spring was interpreted as another wave of democracy, which was in the Obama administration vigorously supported democratic transformation of Middle Eastern countries. Some scholars, observers, and politicians call this irrational, call this destabilizing in the longer term. But this policy is essentially based to this democratic peace theory, which makes it very important. Another prominent component of neoliberalism are theories of integration, in particular theories of European integration, theories which explain the emergence and development of the most advanced form of international cooperation existed in history, the European Union. Integration is by default the most advanced form of cooperation in general, because states share much more in the integrationist relations than they do in just cooperative relations. Integration is a deeper form of cooperation, when states establish common spaces, when they establish commonality. And of course, European integration and the European Union as it exists now is the apex of liberal thinking and politics. It is the most advanced and successful liberal project of international relations ever. Today, European Union constitutes the zone of Kantian peace, the territory of Kantian peace in the international relations which are still largely Hobbesian. Indeed, wars among member states of the EU are simply unthinkable. Just imagine and remember how many wars have been conducted among European countries through the course of history. Lots and lots, dozens, even hundreds of wars. France and Germany were two historical rivals and enemies. The Franco-German contradictions resulted into the two world wars. European integration promoted and accomplished Franco-German rapprochement. Today, France and Germany are like brothers, and use of force among them is simply unthinkable. In the European Union, disputes are managed not through conflict, not through wars, but through rules and institutions. Moreover, European Union, in a way which would be claimed as quite unusual and even improbable in the realist paradigm, promoted so-called pooling of sovereignty. Realism claims that the sovereignty of each state is the highest value, and what states do is promote and keep and protect sovereignty. The example of European Union proves the opposite. It proves that states sometimes pull sovereignty above. They voluntarily reject. They voluntarily restrain themselves. They voluntarily reject some part of their sovereignty and pull decision-making authority to the level of European institutions. And the major European institutions of the European Union, the major institutions of the European Union are European Commission, which is actually the government of the EU, European Council and Council of Ministers of the EU, which represents all the member states at different levels, starting from the heads of states up to ambassadors and ministries and deputy ministries. The European Parliament, which brought parliamentarians into a single forum from all the member states of the EU, and the Court of the EU. And these European institutions have even exclusive competences in certain spheres. They decide, not member states decide in certain spheres. For instance, trade. For instance, European common currency, euro. Member states today no longer control the monetary policies of themselves, the monetary policies of euro. Euro is being managed by the European institutions, by the European Central Bank. Trade, agriculture, fisheries are the three major fields which are governed by the European Commission. And national governments have really few things to do, quite less things to do in these fields than before. So European Union is an example of states voluntarily giving up some authority, voluntarily giving up some competences, some sovereignty for the sake of integration, for the sake of creating this stronger and powerful European institutions. This again is very much unusual and odd, seen from the realist perspective, from the realist prism, and this reality should be analyzed and can be analyzed only through the prism of liberalism. What are the liberal theories which explain this integrationist logic, which explain the very emergence and later development of the European Union? There are three major theories. The first and actually most popular one is functionalism and neo-functionalism, which is a theory promoted by such prominent theorists, scholars of European integration as David Mitrany and Ernst Haas. According to functionalism and neo-functionalism, integration starts with low-profile cooperation, with very specific and technical cooperation in some specific areas, not of high politics, but low politics areas, such as some fields of economics. And then this cooperation, in a step-by-step way, spillovers to some other areas of cooperation, to some other areas of integration. And thus integration grows. Integration